Hello, everyone. Hello, Charles and Christine. Yes, leader, you are also there, I can see. So let's wait while everyone is logging in. And Cyril is online from YouTube and sharing our link. Charles, you look good. Hello, everyone. Hello, Charles. Oh, sorry, I need to Christine. Yes, leader, you are also there, I can see. Okay, I just have to put my YouTube off. Cheers, everyone. Charles, you're on tea. Here's some peach. Sorry, I need to make some. Let me see if my applause machine is working. Yeah, it's working. Yeah! We are 1,000 people in the room, actually more. Stop. We have, in the moment, 1,383 registering all over the world. This is so far our biggest success webinar. I think the rumors are spreading, but also this that we now have an opportunity to stream live, make it even bigger. And I was actually I was interviewed by a journalist here earlier today online, and he was interested in knowing about the crisis, how we are handle it. And I have to be honest and say, in Forever Living, in our business, I don't see any crisis. I see a lot of opportunities. We are actually very excited, and to his surprise, I could tell him that I was up 15% in volume from February to March, and March was my best month since 2016 March. And he said, how come? Why? And I said, because we are so excited. You know, this is an incredible timing. Anyone who want to start the business now, you know, they have time, they can look into it, sit at home, and we can actually gather people much, much easier. We are even doing, as Charles and Christine is coming as a topic, we are even doing online product launches. But he said, but how come that people, how will they buy when they cannot test the products as you're used to? And I said, but they can. They have 19 days where they can test our product. It's incredible. You know, we are the only one who can guarantee that within 19 days, people can test for free all the products they want. But he said, but people will take advantage. I say, no. If we have the best products in the world, and we can guarantee this is the best products in the world, people do not take advantage. The only thing they do is they start recommending the products to everyone and invite everyone to join on the online seminar. But he said, this is crazy. You know, the whole world is talking about crisis. You're talking about opportunities. Yeah, say we are blessed. We have this privilege, you know, we can do our business online. Even while we're online, we can do it from our phone, as you see Charles are doing right now. He's multitasking. So while he's preparing his speech, he's probably selling some products to someone. Who knows? Or recruiting, if I knew Charles. Cool, Charles. So we are so privileged, you know. This is the best timing ever to expand your business, not even locally, but in the entire world. We need to absolutely, we have to make some noise from this. Yeah, It's the best time ever. We are spreading, we are growing. Unbelievable. Hey. Unbelievable. We know, yes, it's, we have maybe an unnatural growth in some, and in unnatural timing, of course, it's, but let's be honest, the whole world is on its knees. The whole world do not know what is, who is our enemy. We have, they say this is the biggest challenge since Second World War. But in the Second World War, you could actually see your enemy. Now the whole world is against an enemy you can't see. And of course, for a lot of people, they fear because they don't know what's going to happen. They don't know when this will stop. They don't know what is coming after. Will we find a vaccine, or will there be a new flu, or will it come back? What about my job? I had a career, I had a well-planned job career, and I've been maybe working in a decade or two in my job, and now I'm jobless. The whole world is turned around 180 degrees, and so is people's lives. And of course, we have to respect and take this incredible serious about what is happening right now. But we should not fear. We should not fear, because if we fear will be the main thing in your life in the moment. You cannot sleep, you start worrying, you get anxiety, you get stressed, and you have two choices, to be honest. You have two choices. You can turn off the light, you can go in a foster position, and you can feel so sorry for yourself. You have all rights to do this. But there's another opportunity. You can put up your head and say, okay, I can't do nothing, let me challenge, and let me look at solutions instead of crying, because crying does not help me. Crying does not bring me more money, it does not bring me a new job, it does not bring me more opportunities. Wake up and look at the opportunities out there. New opportunities is coming now. This is incredible. I'm getting so excited about this because there's endless of people out there who's waiting for your call, who's waiting for you to bring the best news that they can get. And imagine, people have no excuses because they are home. I love this stay home, super, because then I know where you're at home. So now I can find you and you can find me. And that's why we are meeting online now. I have never been so busy doing meetings as right now in this very moment. Even here to spread wisdom online from speakers that cannot even see you. Can you imagine? Our speakers this weekend do not know who you are. They don't even know which organization or whatever. They know you're forever. And that's what we want to do. We want to show our leadership that we go shoulder by shoulder. You can see us, you can feel us, we are there, and you can feel safe because the captains on these ships, they know how to navigate. And this is what you're going to see during these speakers here. Remember that these speakers don't have any benefit. They don't make money on you. They cannot get any advantage of speaking to you themselves. But we know that we are serving forever. We know we are serving Rex. We know that we are standing together. We go shoulder by shoulder. And we will get out stronger than ever, whatever is going to happen after this. So know that these speakers are not used to speak to more than 1,000 people they can't see, because normally these speakers are on stage and they can feel and they can see. That's why we need to make noise. because there's no noise out there. Yeah! I have my applause machine ready here on YouTube. This is incredible. So now, this is the time where you also take advantage. You know, yes, it's a very awkward situation to take any advantage, but you need to know that a lot of people are waiting for you. A lot of people are waiting for products. In Europe, in the moment, we are limited in how many supplements we can order because the demand is higher. Now, what I also know is a lot of you guys who's watching here is in a much, much tougher situation because you can't get products. The products in that are closed, locked down, you cannot leave your house, products cannot come to your house. And that's a tough, tough situation. I can easily imagine. So what did Forever do? They give you 1 more month to qualify because they know that you are in a tough situation. And this again reminds me that in this company, principle number 1, people before money. You know, it doesn't, there's nothing in our policy that give us any rights to get another month to qualify. And this month even goes for the qualification of the next eagle. So you count double. I don't know, but we are talking about millions of dollars here, you know, because so many more will qualify. This is such a generous opportunity. And again, we know that we are not dealing in Excel sheets here. We're talking about people. These who just lost their job, sorry, you were just on an Excel sheet. And you just put on this bottom, delete, you're gone, you have no job. Nobody cares because it's shareholders, capital funds, or whatever. Or companies who's bankrupt. You don't know because the bank have your company on an Excel sheet too. We are not on an Excel sheet. We are not worried about recession because we will not go bankrupt because another principle of Rex, buy cash. Everything is paid cash, no debts, no shareholders, nobody can interfere or give us trouble. So the only trouble we can get is that we are getting such a high growth that we cannot prepare ourselves, or the company cannot prepare, as the unnatural demand of products, you know, is not easy to deal with because you cannot just put up the manufacturing. So I'm very excited because next weekend, we will talk with Gary Shreve, and he will be on our next webinar, and he will talk about the product situation because this is he's the boss of the bosses. He's the vice president of executive president of manufacturing and Arrow of America and all this. So I'm so excited that he accepted my invitation. It's so cool, all these interesting speakers we can invite here. You know, it's hard for them to say no because I know that they're at home. So, and in US it's early morning now. They don't have other meetings, so come here. So, but also we're very excited. Today we have an interesting agenda. Charles and Christine is already waiting, and we will have later on Yuslida. Yuslida I met in Turkey a couple of months ago. Actually, we've been meeting several times before. Only now she really got my attention. Year number 1, 2,800 case credits, the first year in the business. It gives attention, yes. And now year number 2, 3,900 cc, and she's going for 5,000, already 1,200 cc this year. And the interesting part is that she's working from home, from her home in Saudi Arabia. As you also know, it's not easy to go outside in Saudi Arabia, especially not for women. So very impressive in these online days. I can't wait to hear from you, Slida. And she's so full of excitement. She's so wild, yeah. And she even got favor to drive in 2 countries. I don't know if this happened for everyone, but in Malaysia and in Middle East, that's cool also. And in the end, we're going to hear from Gary Breinholt. He is one of my brothers in forever. We've been growing up together here, and Gary is head of IT, the whole IT development, everything you see on the new website, on FAP 360 in operation. He's also executive president, and in the very inner circle with Greg, Gary, and Aiden, you find Gary. We've been traveling a lot together, and he's here to tell about the new FAP 360 and all these new opportunities we have. And in the end, you will hear from a great old friend called, his name is Bill Lewis, and he is like Navas. He is the left, where maybe Navas is the right hand, Bill is the left hand. Bill, his father was actually the very first FBO ever in Forever Living Products, recruited by his good old friend Rex. So he has a lot of, but he's very famous. You can imagine for 41 years, he has done 10,000s of business presentation, I guess. And who else can explain the marketing plan more simple than someone who's been doing it constantly in 41 years? So we look forward to hear how he explained the marketing plan, because this is a complicated thing that he has simplified. But also he will talk about a little bit like Navas last week in Who's Rex. So let's get started. We have, yeah, your leader is already ready. Should we make some noise? Yeah. Yes. Oh, I can hear the crowd. The crowd is going wild here. So let's introduce to you the first speaker of today. This is the one and only Charles Watchford, but more importantly, one of his new rising stars who is moving fast here she became manager nearly only doing online product launches using SnapTab, etc. We want to hear from Anne-Christine Headland also. So can we be welcome to Anne-Christine and Charles Watchford? Yeah. Unbelievable. The crowd is going crazy. They love you. Yeah. Welcome. Charles, can you mute yourself?
Yes, I can. Absolutely.
And
can you hear me?
On your way in too?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Kim?
Yes, I hear you. And
fantastic.
From now on, I don't want you to hear or see me, so I will go out and the whole crowd is all yours.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So let's get started. I'm just going to get into one of our slides here and perfect. So what a great opportunity to be able to be a part of this global stage, to be able to speak to, I guess we'll be around a couple of thousand people today actually joining in, both on the YouTube stream and also here on the Zoom event. On the slide that you can see in front of you, it says the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And I believe that most of us in this on this call today can agree that that really is true. You need to change what you do. You need to change how you think to get different results than what you've been having so far in life. Before I move on, I just want to say thank you so much to Kim for taking the initiative to bring us FBOs together. and to be able to having a space where we can really encourage and inspire and motivate and move into action in a time like this. I believe that you can look at the space that we are in today as a waiting room. Most people feel that they're kind of stuck, nothing is happening, and so they're just waiting. But this same waiting room that we're all in, you can change it into a space where you grow, right? So while we are waiting, we can actually choose to grow. And that's exactly what's happening through the Forever Living family all over the world in 169 countries with almost 10 million people. So I really want you guys to make the decision to make this time a space of growth, not a space where you wait. So whatever you learn from these events and seminars, it's so important to just dive into and use it and apply it in your day-to-day lives. If you look at the picture that's on screen right now, you can see that there are two spaces. One that is on the left side corner, one is on the right hand top right side. And what I would say is that on the left side, where it says why, how, and what, that might be exactly where you're in life today. And way up there might be the future that you're looking towards. What do you want in the future, right? What do you want to achieve in the future? And very often, so many of us, we become discouraged, we lose faith, we lose the sight of what we really want because of the circumstances we are living in right now. But it's at times like this that you need to really be clear of what you want in life, why you want it, and you also need to find out how you're going to get to that space. For myself, the gap between where I was and where I am today was filled by Forever. So I used Forever Living as a tool to go from where I was to where I am today. And that's one of the things that I want to bring forth through this session that I will be doing together with Ann-Christine, like Kim mentioned, where she will share her story and how she kind of moved from where she was to where she's today, and how she'll move from where she's today towards where she wants to be in the near future. So, but before I move on to Ann-Christine, I just want to share a little bit about myself. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Charles, and I'm originally from Sri Lanka. On the picture on the left-hand side, you can see my mother, my father, myself, and my two younger sisters in front of one of the churches that my father pastored back in Sri Lanka. In that picture, I'm 9 years old, my sister is 8, and my other sister is 5 years old. And my parents, they left Sri Lanka in 1986 as refugees come here to Norway to give me and my sisters a place to live where there was peace, a brighter future, better opportunities. But to do that, they had to leave what they had built up for themselves through many, many years. They had to leave and to take a leap of faith into something known. But they had a very strong why. That was to give us, their children, a better future. And today, after 33 years living here in Norway, 33 is almost 34 years, you can see on the right-hand side, you can see a picture on the top of my wife, Hilda, and our three sons, Ivy Prince, Sean Michael, and Liam Jeremiah, who are now 13, 11, and 3 years old. And the difference between those two pictures, there is so much between. But the main part that has really helped us build a life of our choice is the Forever opportunity. I've had the privilege of being in the GLT family, which was just an amazing space to be in. And I'm working on getting back into that space. That's one of my main things with Forever. In the picture that you can see there with our chairman's bonus check, which was our highest so far, at that moment, there was so much happening in our life, which was our peak moment in our business, but also one of the toughest moments in our private life when my wife actually lost her mother that same day that we were on stage in Johannesburg in South Africa, which is also a good example that life happens to all, but it's the set of our sails that determines which direction we move into. And I'm very grateful to say to you that Forever Living is an opportunity that allows you and me to be who we are without having to compromise on what's important to us and build a business around the lives that we want to lead instead of having to adjust our lives towards the business. This is what Kim also spoke about. It's about people first. And I want to share with you one story of why I have really planted my flag in this company and this opportunity. And I've been here for 17 years. And that it's through the picture that you can see in the right-hand corner with the Rex and Navas. And this picture was taken in Bangladesh almost 10 years ago. 9-10 years ago. We had been to a meeting at the Minister of Commerce in Bangladesh, and it was a peak in my career in network marketing to be there together with the founder of Forever Living and together with Navas. We then negotiated a plan to bring products into Bangladesh in a further in a wider capacity. After that meeting, we drove to the hotel and we had a late dinner. And while we were sitting together, Rex Moen, Navas, and myself, I was so eager. You know, when you're in that state where you're so excited, you are so dedicated, devoted, and you're also very vulnerable because it's all emotional. And while we're having dinner, I asked Rex, I said, Rex, what would you like me to do? What would you like me to do? And Rex put down his cutlery. He turned to me, looked me straight in the eyes, and he said, Charles, invest more time with your kid. And in that moment, it really struck me so hard that it's such a privilege to be in a company where he didn't take advantage of my vulnerability. I mean, he could have told me anything and I would have done it because I was so eager, I was so hungry, I was so ready. But at that moment, without taking advantage of me, he actually pointed me in the right direction to the right values, being a father first. And at that day, I planted my flag. And I hope that you that are watching this right now or later on, that you understand this company really is about you. It's you first. And if you can be who you are without having to compromise on what's important to you, just imagine what you can mean to other people. So I'm really grateful and really humbled to be able to be a part of the Forever family, being one of your brothers in this family and being a part of this opportunity. So that's just briefly about my story. And now, moving on to the lady of the hour. And it's been a privilege for me to get to know Ann-Christine. I think the first time our paths crossed, it was back in 2009, almost 11 years ago, briefly at some meetings that you were a part of. But in the late years, we've been able to get to know each other better. And today we see ourselves as friends. But she's also a strong FBO, a strong leader, and a very inspiring person. So I'm going to just shift to the next picture. And Ann-Christine, you could just unmute yourself. Let me see here. There we go. So Ann-Christine, welcome on stage. Just amazing that you said yes to be a part of this. Could you please tell us who are you to begin with?
First of all, I would like to say just thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story. My name is Ann-Christine and I'm 34 years old and a mother of 2 boys. So my eldest is 14 years old and my youngest is 10 years old. I actually, as Charles mentioned, joined Forever in 2009. So yeah, 11 years ago. But at the time, I didn't really understand that this was an amazing opportunity where I actually could build up my dream life. So at this time, I worked as an assistant store manager in a clothing store, and my main goal in life was to become a store manager. So I reached that goal the same year. And at first, it was fun and of course a lot of work, and I worked a lot of weekends, night shifts, and so on. So because at home I was in a very destructive relationship, and my work was kind of my escape from everything that was going on at home. And finally, I got the courage to move out, and I became a full-time single mom. And at this time, I think like everything I had been holding on to and worked through, it all came out at once. So I was constantly tired. I felt very sad often and had a very low self-esteem. But 2 years later, I was still running around in my hamster wheel, and I felt very bad for the boys because I used all my energy at work, and I really remember the disappointment in their faces when I didn't have the energy to just sit down and play with them, or when I couldn't come to an event at school or at parent breakfast in kindergarten, or when I couldn't afford to travel out of Norway during holidays. So I figured out that if things are going to change, I have to change myself. And I couldn't treat Forever as a hobby if I was going to succeed. So manager was my first big goal. And I actually wanted to be manager for a really long time. I don't even remember how many times I gave both Charles and Arshad new dates for when I was going to become a manager. But in July 2019, I quit my job. And in August 2019, I finally became a manager. So looking back, I see that I grew a lot from the time that I set my goal until I achieved it. So success for me, it's not the goal itself, but everything that happens on the way towards the goal. So if you're watching here and you're on your path towards your goal, I just want to say, enjoy the process, and instead of feeling constantly pressured. Yeah, so that's my story, Charles.
Fantastic to hear, Ann-Christine. And I remember when Ashal and Ragnhild, they spoke about you, when you were stepping up in your business and, getting back on place. And there's a big difference what you say, that you can be in forever for a long time,
Yeah.
but it's amazing what happens when you make that decision. And the decision that you make is only real if there's action behind the decision.
Yeah.
If there is no action after the decision, it's just a strong wish.
Yeah.
And this is one of the things that I learned from Kim Madsen. He says, it's amazing what happens when you make that decision. And I think that's what happened to you as well. There's a huge space there. But Ann-Christine, one of the reasons you're on stage today is because we want to hear more about what you actually did to get to where you are today, how you built yourself up and which tool you use. Now, there are many things you can do in Forever Living, but you chose a path that is called the social media platform. And could you just tell us a little bit about how that came about and how you worked through that to reach your level of manager and beyond?
Yeah, I work mainly on social media, and my team, mostly moms, is all over the country. So I really love the opportunities that social media gives us. And one thing that I felt when I started in Forever is that my closest friends and my family was the most skeptical. And when we start new FBOs, we often tell them, oh, you should start with your close friends and family. So I believe that if we can teach them to work online as well, that they can maybe see the bigger pictures in the opportunities that we have. And many people think that they have to have a big social network to succeed in Forever, but you don't, because you have social media. And social media is also a great place to brand yourself. Many people brand the products, and of course that's very important too, but we are so many FBOs all over the world with the same products in our stores. So the saying, people buy people first and then they buy the products. So when I see a product on television, for example, I don't buy it. But if someone I trust tells me that this product, oh, it's amazing, I buy it, even though it's the same product that I just saw on television. So you have to brand yourself, and you have to make the people who follow you feel something, make them feel like they belong, and maybe tell a story with what you share on social media. So I could talk so much about this and how you can find your brand, but I just want to quickly tell you about the difference and of course the benefits of some of the social media platforms. And as you said, Charles, there are so many platforms to use on social media. So I have chosen 3, and that is Snapchat, Instagram, and Facebook. So Snapchat is my main platform that I use every day. I just want to share my everyday life. And I used about maybe 6 months up to a year to build up my Snapchat account. And now I have an average of like maybe 10 to 20,000 viewers every day. And Snapchat is a place where you can show your everyday life with no filter. It's a place where people share both happy thoughts and challenges. So you can also share recipes, tips, and get a deeper connection and get to know the followers. And you can also add swipe up links, which means you can link directly to your My Forever page and of course to your Facebook customer page. And then we have Instagram, which is also a platform you can share your everyday life on. But this platform also gives you the opportunity to share pictures in a picture feed. So the Insta story lasts for 24 hours, just as Snapchat does. And while the pictures you post on your feed last forever. You can also use hashtags on your photos when you add them to make them more visible. And you can tag cities and countries. You can, for example, search after a specific place or a specific hashtags. I use hashtag #momlife a lot because I want to find other moms like me. So Instagram is a great place to connect with people all over the world. And last but not least, we have Facebook. And Facebook Story is a great place to share your life and, of course, your business with your friends. And Facebook is actually designed to keep people connected. So the more you comment and like your friends' posts, the more your post will appear to them. So what I love most about Facebook is that you can create a customer group and groups for online product launches. And that has actually proven to be just as effective as a regular product launch in someone's home. So to summarize this all, I would like to finish up with 3 tips. And number 1 is that make it personal. Let your followers get to know you, and this will create a sense of belonging and trust. And when they trust you, they will buy what you say, whether it is the product you talk about or the business. And number 2 is to be your own brand. Here you can find about 3 to 5 things that describes you. That could be, are you a parent? Do you like dogs, animals, like to cook, like to dance, like to travel? And find out which people you would like to attract and be that person. And last but not least, when you share on social media, I would always recommend to use the 80-20 rule, where 80% is you and 20% is business. And this is because people buy people first, and then they buy the product. So if you look at the pictures here on the slides, that's a bit of what I share on social media. And so make your pictures personal, and make pictures that creates curiosity. Also, I recommend to think about the text you write for the images you post. If you are super happy for becoming a supervisor or a manager, your followers don't know what that is. So you have to describe it in a way that they get it, because we want to attract new followers, not FBOs. And the same goes for the products. So try to make it personal. For example, you can add a picture of a propolis cream, and you can write, for example, oh, this is a softening and moisturizing cream based on aloe vera, and it has a creamy texture and a wonderful honey scent. Not so very personal. That's what stands on the forever page. But you can also add a picture with you standing and holding the propolis, like you see on the picture I did with the face mask. And you can write, for example, oh, I just love how this cream saves my dry hands. And this cream is water-free, and it's just as good for the body and my face as it is for my dry hands. So make it personal. Yep.
Fantastic. Ann-Kristin, on the slide that we have in front of us right now, it says that there are, on your graph, it says 44.3 thousand unique views. What does that mean?
That means that it is 44,000 unique persons. So watch this. that day.
Exactly. That day itself, yeah?
Yeah.
That's amazing. That is bigger than some of the cities here in Norway in one day. And what I'm thinking about, the next thing is that when you chose your platforms, you mentioned Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. And out of these things, you are most active on Snapchat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And the team that you built yourself to manager, I think when I spoke to you, I think, so to speak, none of them were people that you knew from before, right?
Yes.
Just one or somebody that you knew from before, but the rest were just total strangers.
Yeah.
And through those total strangers, you built up a business that actually in Norwegian kroners did 450,000 kroners within 4 months. That's about $45,000 speaking turnover. Can you just explain a little bit about that? Because that's, how did you take a stranger and bring them into somebody who knows you? What that process to make that turnover?
You know, when you share on Snapchat or social media stories, no matter which platform you choose, I share a lot of personal stuff. Like I take my followers into my family. I speak about motherhood challenges, like I'm a single mom, and that's not easy all the time. And I share good stuff, but when I share challenges, I always share a solution. So I doesn't complain like, oh, this is bad, but I always share a solution, and I spread some joy and dance around and make a fool out of myself actually. Just and that makes my followers they feel like they know me. So when I share my business or my products, of course that they trust me because they know me. So you just get in contact with a lot of people, and almost everyone in my team are moms. So because that's who I connect to. Yeah.
Fantastic. Most of you also know Ashad and Ragnhild Amit, who are the strongest leaders in our organization right now. And he is a major presence on Instagram. And you are one of his strongest whys and leaders in his organization. And you are driven by Snapchat, also with a strong why within it. And that's a great example of what Rex speaks about, is that you don't have to be the best, but you can find the best. The people are better than you, and surround yourself with them, and that becomes the part of your business as well, just as it's happened to us right here. Which brings me to the next question on Christine regarding your why. Because Simon Sinek, he says that there's something called the golden circle. You know what to do, we know how to do it, but what people lack is why we do it. And that's the core of it. So please tell us a little bit about your why and why you do Forever Living.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, I started in 2009, and for a very long time I had a goal to become manager. So motivation and willpower, they will never last long. It's a reason why C9, it's only 9 days. You couldn't do more in 9 days. So motivation and willpower, it comes, it goes, and it comes back, and so on. So when these two things are gone, we need something else that drives us, and that's our why. So your why is your biggest reason why you should not settle for anything else, and your biggest goal. And your why may change on the way. Mine did, and I'm going to share some of my whys. And my biggest why is, of course, my 2 boys. I want to show them that they can achieve anything they want in life. And I want to, of course, give them a home to grow up in and take them on vacations. And I want to teach them good values, which I think Forever has a lot of. And also my family is my big why. Suddenly you just realize that grandparents, they're getting old, and we always think that, oh, they're here forever, but that doesn't happen. So at and at that time you spend with them, you realize that this may be the last time. And my grandmother, who you see in the picture, she passed away in the beginning of March, and because of Forever, I got to spend so much time with her on her last days. I got to hug her, I got to talk with her, I got to just hold her hand so she wasn't alone. So money means a lot, but time is so much more important, and Forever gives us that opportunity to have more time. And also my team, who you see some of them in the picture, became one of my biggest whys. I connected with people all over the country, and I have become so close to many of them. And I just love to see how Forever makes people grow. So teamwork really makes the dream work. And my last why is that feeling you see on the picture, the one with the manager tie on. And oh my, I could really do manager over and over and over again just to feel that feeling. So luckily there's more goals ahead. And I'm gonna try to describe the feeling, because you feel like you're mastering something, and you feel like you're doing something right, and that you actually mean something to someone. So I just gotta say, keep on pushing your comfort zones and do what you gotta do to reach your goals.
See, fantastic, Ann-Christine. Yeah, I think it's sometimes really hard to put words on a why, because it's so deeply rooted in emotions. And I remember Jim Rohn said that it's good to have goals, but the goals that are emotionally anchored are the ones that keep you through the hard times, right? That doesn't help you, that keeps you from wavering from side to side. And you certainly have been in that position during the last period when you've reached manager and so forth. Ann-Christine, if I ask you a question, if there are people online now, our brothers and sisters in Forever, who are feeling a bit stuck, who are feeling a bit, restless or lack of faith at the moment, what would you tell them? What would be your advice to them if they were in your team?
I would tell them to just go on, for example, Instagram, and the contact persons. It doesn't always have to be an agenda when you contact people. It's just to get connected, get to know them, ask how they're doing, say you like their posts, and ask what their work is, and just to connect. So I would tell them to just go online and talk to people.
Fantastic.
And if they have a team, maybe they can have a challenge in their team, like we did. We have the MPD challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And we had that challenge in, I think it was 4 days, where we have like a competition of how many MPDs we could sell out in 4 days, and we sold out over 200 MPDs on 4 days. So
in 4 days, yeah. Let me just ask you a couple of questions, because one of the questions that we had is the online product launches that we do, right? That you are doing and so forth. Could you just explain how that works?
Yeah, we have like one Facebook group for the team, and this group is only for online product launches. So we try to have about 2 online product launches in 1 month, and everyone in the team, they send out personal invitations to their customers, or you can add, for example, Snapchat. I always add a swipe up link to the group, and on Snapchat I say that tonight at 9 o'clock we're gonna have a online product launch. Swipe up to join. And and that's how we do it. So I log on, or someone will log on and talk about the products, and yeah, we sell. So the first time we had this product launch, we actually set up 2 in 1 week. So that's a lot. But I personally sold for about 1,900 euros in those 2 days. And my team also sold very good. So we had that was amazing.
Fantastic. So 1,900 euros for your own sales in those 2 product launches. And in addition, you had your team together, yeah?
Yeah.
When Jean-Paul Getty says, I'd rather have 1% of 100 people's effort than 100% my own. That's why network marketing is so genius to build volume. And Christine, finally, to be speaking on this stage with more than, I'm close to almost 2,000 people in total, or maybe more, with the stream. This is the first time you're doing it in English. Yeah. And how does that feel now that you've done it?
At first it was terrified. I was so scared all day. Now I feel I'm really glad I said yes to it, and it's like I feel great. I feel like it's a kick of adrenaline in my body. So yeah.
Exactly, fantastic. So you could do this again, yeah?
Okay. Yes.
Absolutely. So perfect. Thank you so much, Ann-Kristin, for what you shared. Great to have you on board, and I hope that all of you were able to get some pointers from her, but also to see in her face, in expressions, in her engagement, that it's really something that is deeply rooted. So we're looking forward to seeing your journey also ahead in time, Ann-Kristin. So thank you so much for being a part of this. Yeah, I'm just going to move on to end the session. Let me see here. One of the things that I would like to address before we move forward to the ending is the sentence that says the limiting beliefs. Either you think you can or you think you can't, you will succeed, right? It will happen. So you have to choose what you want to believe in the future. And very often, there are some beliefs that have been created in your life from the past by some people who really didn't care or matter. And those thoughts that they planted into you, they've got roots, and they keep you from actually reaching your potential. So I really believe it's important to face those limitations and choose the ones that are hindering you from moving forward and break those chains. Because if you don't do that mentally and deeply within you, those will always draw you back by default. I remember in high school, my teacher told me, Charles, I don't know what's going to become of you, when I flunked in maths. But at the same time, I remember my father telling me, Charles, you can become whatever. So I had 2 stories. So I chose my father's story and not my teacher's story. And that's why I'm able to be where I am today in this amazing opportunity with Forever Living. If I chose my teacher's story, I probably wouldn't have been here. And I don't think that he's staying up at night wondering how my life is today. So it's important that you stay true to your own story, break away from the limiting beliefs that you might have in your life, and move forward. And remember that Ann-Kristin, when she shared her story, the place where she is today is a result of effort through many, many months, a longer period, a lot of disappointments, a lot of naysayers, a lot of limiting thoughts and conversations, but she stayed through it, and she did something every single day. That's what it says. Success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every single day, by Jim Rohn. I think it's really important to remember that part of the personal development journey. Network marketing is actually personal development undercover. And within this industry of network marketing, Forever Living is the company where you and I can achieve our goals and dreams without having to compromise on who we are. And there is no other company on this market who can do exactly that, because of the values that they build on, where it says people first. I want to bring this towards an end by sharing one of my favorite self-made quotes, which I really think is important to remember also in this time that we are in today. It says, you can find good people, or you can find the good in people. If there's a time in this Earth's existence, in this human existence, where we really need to be aware of this fact, is to see the good in every people. Everybody has something good in them. And the moment you start to meet people with that as a core target in your meeting with them, you will help people feel better. And when people feel better, they make better choices. And better choices lead to better results. And better results lead to a better world. And I think we need to plant hope in the future gain strength in the present. And finally, I want to share with you guys the fact that the income that you build with Forever Living is an inherited income. And one of the stories that I heard in the beginning when I was making my decision to become a part of Forever Living was that I heard that you can inherit your business to your children or to somebody or something that you want to benefit after you pass away. And the year that I joined Forever Living was the year my father passed away. The dreams that him and my mom had for us were huge. But when I look back today, where we're today is even greater than what they actually saw could happen for us, thanks to Forever Living. And today I'm a father myself for 3 boys, like I mentioned in the beginning. And I know that if anything happens to me, then my wife and my son will be taken care of financially, but also with the relationships built through these years with this company. So I really want to thank each and every one on this seminar today, and anybody else that's also clicking on the YouTube page to really thank you for helping us be a part and letting us be a part of this moment in time. Yeah, and again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Ann-Christine, and thank you so much, Kim, for the privilege to be able to share the stage with you and with all the amazing people who are on this weekend events that you're creating. So that's all that we had to share with you guys from Ann-Christine and myself. God bless you, have a great day, and believe that the future is better than your past and your present. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. The crowd is going crazy. They love you and Christine and Charles. I can hear that out there. Can we get a yes from the whole crowd? Oh, the chat is going crazy here. So anyway, thank you so much for all your wisdom and all your sharing. And this was really valuable. And it's so important that we learn from you and Christine how we deal with this from home. And of course, mothers around the world, they love this idea from working from home, but I guess also all the guys who's not grounded, they get ideas that it might not be a stupid idea to get started here in forever. And you guys who's out there, you need to learn about Zoom and Instagram and etc. I just recently, to be honest, I have not really been on Instagram. And my daughter Julia said, Dad, it's so unfair. You have 2,600 followers and you have never done any posts more than once every half year. And because I never got it. Now recently she encouraged me to be more active on Instagram and to work on it. And she's been helping me now to have 8,500 followers just in less than 1 month. And I can see when I post something, I get 1,500 likes or something. When I post something on Facebook, less than 100. So I understand now that the power is there. Now we are talking about Snapchat. Oh God, I'm not there. But it'll be a lot of money I'm losing for not being there. So, and Christine, thank you for inspiration. I might open up a Snapchat channel because this is a time where we're all getting out of our comfort zone and where we all, especially the old schools like Charles and me, we have to think new and get out of the box and okay. But we loved meeting people, and we always been telling, yeah, when we were young, when I started this business, we had only a telefax. You know, the most important app in my phone is my green, and we need to really get into it now. So we're out of our comfort zone. We're in a new world. Thank you for guiding us, and Christine. I know there's a lot of guys out there who's now sitting with downloading the Snapchat app, I'm quite sure. So let's hear from you guys. We are hundreds of people here online, thousands of online. Where are you from? Can we get some messages here? Where are you from? Are you from US, from Europe, from Asia, from India? Oh, it's coming now. Poland, Norway, Sweden, London, UK. Way, it's cool. The whole world is here. Unbelievable. Look at the chat now. It's going crazy. Malaysia, Saudi, South Africa, Nigeria. I cannot even follow Lithuania, Botswana, the whole world is on fire. Thank you so much, guys. And now we can get excited again, because we are, you know, when I handpick speakers here, I can handpick from the entire world of top leaders, new rising stars, directors, vice presidents, whatever. So when I put this agenda together, I only, you know, I can choose the very, very best. And that's what you see right now, the very, very best. And more is coming, because we will continue as long as you stay home. I promise you, we will do endless of seminars. Actually, on Monday evening, we have Double Diamond Catherine Bayer, who's also speaking tomorrow. She's doing a business presentation. She did 25 frontline managers in 12 months. Frontline recognized managers, 12 months. So we can't wait to hear our business presentation. On Wednesday, it's already confirmed that one of the best product trainers that I know about worldwide, Martina Bernard, is going to do one of her English product trainings, 1.5 hours on Wednesday, not knowing who's watching, but just sharing to the whole world. So we will continue give you the best. Next week, again, we will have Mila and Marianne, as they promised, and it will just be endless of learning, you know. So now we also need to remember 14 next week, we will have the global rally online, This is going to be exciting. So now let's hear from one of our absolutely rising stars. I was with Yuslida in Istanbul. I can see Ilka, the managing director of Turkey. He's here with us also among the participants, getting excited, I'm sure. Merhaba, my good friend Ilka. I met Yuslida in Istanbul with a few of her downlines. We love you too, Ilka. So if you ever want to do business in Turkey, please, you know, you have the best ever possible support from Ilka and his team there. So anyway, Yuslida was there, and we get to know each other. We meet at the morning and the breakfast. We meet, and we meet after and under, and I start to get these stories from her, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She is an incredible, powerful leader, a role model for everyone in the entire world. You know, if you follow her and you put yourself in her brain, you can never fail. And I'm so proud that she's calling me a friend, because this is the friends I want to be around. You know, people who looks in development, in ideas, and you know, who's not, you know, she's challenged because she lives in a country, with all the respect, where you have to stay at home. And so if you have to stay at home, what do? You know, there's so many women around the world who's staying home, taking care of their families, and depending on the husband's money. Now she has shown the women in the entire world that they can make their own money from home while they take care of their family, take their duties, and honor their families, and she's empowering women's and men's all over the world. We want to hear you from Yuslida. How did this happen? How do you do from home 2,800 CC, your very first year in the business, 3,900, your second year in the business, and now 5,000 going for your third year in the business? How do you do forever to drive in 2 countries when you stay at home? We want to hear from Yuslida. Will you please welcome with some noise, Yuslida Atman from Saudi? Yeah! This is incredible. It's unbelievable. Raise your hand. You scream, yeah! Come on, chat. Screen, yeah! You see that? Yeah, it's real.
Hey. Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hi, nice meeting you. All right, so okay, I only got 45 minutes. Okay, before this, my GLT Desmond Kong already asked me to do sharing. He only gave me 45 minutes, but I dragged until 1 hour. So he told me that, okay, after this week, Kim, make sure exactly 45 minutes and please put your timer. Okay, so now I'm going to share with all of you. Okay, mana slide? I'm going to share with you how I do it in Forever Living. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yuslida binti Osman, and I am 34 years old. I got 3 boys, okay, 3 boys, okay, no girls. So you know how my life look like with 3 boys, and my husband also consider like 4 boys in the house. So in Saudi now is already like 5 p.m. now. So actually it's really good because when we are online, we can gather with so many people all around the world, and regardless in what country you are, so we can just connect it to each other. And this give me the idea that I must do the Forever Living business with online only. So I started in Forever Living only alone in Saudi Arabia. My upline is in Malaysia. Okay, I don't know anyone in Saudi Arabia who doing this business. I don't know any sideline in Saudi Arabia. So it's totally like I'm alone here. I got no idea. Even though I asked my leader, they also have no idea where's the branch in Saudi Arabia, what the product they have in Saudi Arabia, because a little bit different system in Saudi Arabia and also in Malaysia. So it just like I have to learn all over again, and it's totally zero. Okay, so in Saudi Arabia, as we know, we really have a limited product. We don't have any supplement. We don't here in Saudi. We don't have the Arctic Sea, the Garcinia terms, the what the Arctic Sea. Everything we don't have. We only have the alloy drinks, only have daily use products, and also the skincare. So I must focus on whatever we have in Saudi Arabia only, because I'm doing this business in Saudi Arabia. And also in Saudi, I cannot drive. It's not allowed by the government. So I also cannot go out and simply get to know other people and give the pamphlet, the flyers, the brochure to anyone. It's not allowed. So I'm totally 100% inside my house. I've been locked down inside my house for 11 years because I already stay in Saudi Arabia for 11 years. So actually, I love these quotes very much. Some people dream. Some people get it, but the difference is how bad you want it. Like for me, I really want to change my life, because why we come to Saudi Arabia? The reason we migrate to Saudi Arabia not because we like this country, not because we want to stay this country, but we have to. We got no other choice, because in Malaysia, my husband working in a hospital in Malaysia. I'm also a nurse in Malaysia, but our salary in Malaysia is not that enough, because my husband got being cheated in the business. So he have a lot of debt in Malaysia. So we have to look for another job or another place that can offer us more. So my husband, he got offer to Saudi Arabia, and I think that time that was my life changing for me, because in Saudi Arabia, as we know, me and my husband, we don't have enough money. Okay, we already struggled in our life, and my husband, even though he got more money in Saudi Arabia, but all of his money he have to pay the bank. He have to settle all the debt that he been that he have to pay. So all his salary all pay everything. So we don't have enough in for us to live. So what happened is I told my husband, and also we discussed together. He said, okay, if I work as a nurse in Saudi Arabia, all right, I can get, quite good salary in Saudi Arabia as a nurse. But the problem is our kids. That's the problem. And that's actually is our priority, actually, because I don't like other people to take care of my kids, because God gave me them, so I must take care of them. So what I said, what I discussed with my husband, I told him that, okay, I will resign. I don't work. I stay at home, because if I go to work and we send the kids to the what we call other people to take care, we call the what we call like a nursery. So it can cost us more. Okay, we have to pay more. So I said it's okay. I just stay at home and let's see what I can do from home. So actually, I in Saudi Arabia, you see, I'm alone here. I might be alone, but I'm not lonely, because inside my brain, inside my heart, I've been thinking so many possibility that I want. Okay, but I will show you this one. I will go forward first. Okay, this is me and my husband in Saudi Arabia. I sell food in Saudi Arabia. Whatever I can sell, I will sell. Even though actually I don't know how to cook, but because of the pressure of my life, I need to learn as fast as I can. So I can see that if I sell food in Saudi Arabia, I can get money, because there's so many Malaysians in Saudi Arabia who don't have time to cook. So I the one who stay at home and I can provide the food for them. But the problem is I don't know how to cook. My family knows that I don't know how to cook. Even though I already married, I don't know how to cook. But because of the pressure, I said to myself, no matter what happened, I have to learn. So I quickly learned how to cook, and mashallah, it's really, because a lot of people in Arabia come to me and they want to buy the food, even though other people sell the food, but they are looking for my food, because I really do it with my heart. But the problem is when I sell the food in Saudi Arabia, my business in Saudi. But when we going back to Malaysia, my business in Saudi didn't work. I cannot do my business because I'm going back for vacation, so we don't have money. And also, as you can see, that people in Saudi Arabia, a lot of them, they have kids, okay, but they don't have the problem, the financial, can bring their kids to shopping mall, go for a picnic. But for my kids, as you can see, that's happened to my kids every week. They cannot go out. They cannot be with their friend, because I have to ask them to help me at home. Help me. You see, when I saw this picture, actually this picture I put inside on my wall. I said to myself, I'm going to change this situation. I want my kids to have a better life. I want them to experience more things during their age. I want them to travel all around the world. I must change this. Even though selling food in Saudi Arabia can give me a good money, but I don't have the time. We don't have the time. If we don't sell the food, we don't get money. We have every day. I cannot stop by selling. So we have money, but no time. That's the problem. That's the issue that I've been thinking every day. I always pray to God, give me one business that I can do anywhere I want to do. And I don't want to sell food until I'm old, because my energy will be lower when I'm old. I don't want to live this life forever. So when I joined Forever Living, it's actually because of I try to lose my weight. I cannot do my the food business because of I increase my weight. I increase because and I become bigger, and I cannot stand because my heel is really pain because of my body weight. So I have to find a solution to lose my weight. And that's how I found Forever Living. And I started in Forever Living not because of the business. I just joined Forever Living because of I want to use the product. I just want to lose weight. That's it only. Okay, and then when I start to use the product and it gives me changes, and that's how my journey started. So the problem is that many people told me that, oh, I cannot do because I cannot go out. My husband don't allow me to go out. Always, so many people use that excuses, but we must remember, we are entrepreneur. To become an entrepreneur, the true entrepreneur, we need to find the way. If you always find excuses, you look for excuses, you are not entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is someone that looking for a solution. So the solution that I found in Forever Living, I found Forever Living can change my life. I can see that our company, they have in so many countries. Even though I'm staying in Saudi Arabia, I can build my business together in Malaysia. I don't want to waste it, okay? Because some people say, you are new, so focus in Saudi Arabia. I said, no, this is the chance. I'm entrepreneur. I look for the chances. So I can see, I can build two countries together. So sometimes we cannot listen to other people. Listen to your heart and listen, and because you the one who will do it. So it's up to you. Some people, it's their limit. Okay, when people say you cannot do, it shows their limit. It's not your limit. So if you know you can do, then just do it. So for the first year, I straight away built my business together in Malaysia and in Saudi Arabia by 100% using online. I cannot go out. I'm in Saudi Arabia. I've been locked down inside my house. So I'm building a strong engagement among prospects using the social media. Okay. So as you can see here, all right. Okay. We can see that we have a lot of social media platform. We got Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. Okay, Kim, we got new one, TikTok. Okay, you have to learn how to use the TikTok also. Okay, Kim. Okay, so we got so many platforms, and I tell you, we must go to every platform. Don't only choose one or two. No. We have to choose every platform that we have in online. Like for me, I tell all of you, I only familiar with Facebook, but I understand that new generation, they're more to Instagram. And for Saudi Arabia people, they're more to Snapchat. And for now, the latest trend is more to what we call TikTok. So I said, I don't want to waste any chances, so I have to learn all of it, okay? And the number one is really, really important point that I want all of us to know, that when we are using the online platform, we must have a really great social beauty. Like what Anne said just now, people buy people, correct? Sometimes people buy the product not because the product is good, not because they want the product, but they buy the product because they like you. So in social media, how are we going to make other people like us? Number one, please don't do anything negative post on your Facebook. Don't interrupt with the politics, with the what we call any arguments or religions problem. Don't say anything about that. And we also, how we can increase our social beauty by we're saying the good things and we promote other people's business as well. For example, our friends, they offer a business and they are doing that business, not Forever Living. For example, she's doing like a makeup, okay? She's a makeup artist. So we put on our Facebook, we tell in our Facebook that, okay, if anybody want to look for what we call, well, looking for the makeup service, you can contact this person. So from that, people can see that you are really person that have a good personality. You are helping other people, even though that people not doing the same business like you, okay? And one more, what we need to do is we have to do more sharing. Like for me, I know that I want people remember me because I'm just sitting behind the laptop. People cannot see me, so I do more sharing, and in one day I put a target how many posting that I want to put in one day. So I put target for myself in 24 hours. Okay, I must have 20 posts in a day, because the more you post, the more your post will pop up in your friends timeline, so more people will know about you. And please, less selling. Okay, we must do like we call soft selling, soft sales. Don't do hard sale. Don't make your Facebook look like a catalog. We don't want, because people don't want to see a Facebook like a catalog. They want to know us. So if you want to sell something, for example, you want to sell the aloe vera, okay, don't write the benefit of aloe vera only. You said that I'm using this product and what happened when you drink the aloe vera, what the changes. People want to know the result, okay? And please do a lot of Facebook Live, Instagram Live, because these are the new technology of Facebook and Instagram. So when we do more live, Facebook and Instagram, we bring our Facebook, we bring our Facebook up, okay? Meaning that people will see more our Facebook because of we're using the live. And please make sure that our CTA, okay, call to action is really, really clear. When we tell them that, okay, we are selling this product, how good is the product? And at the bottom there, you must write how they are going to contact you. Put your Facebook, your Instagram, or your WhatsApp link, so it makes easier for them to buy the product. Or maybe you got email, so just put everything there. And you have to increase the likers. And what we need to do, if you want to increase the likers, okay, you have to like more to other people posts. And also when we write a status, we have to write from our heart. When we write from our heart, it will goes to other people's heart, so they can feel the connection between us. They feel like to us, and then it makes like some people, they say, oh, we just copy paste. It just copy paste. But if you take like we call you try yourself to create one post that really got huge impact, and more people share your post, more people like your post, it meaning more people will know you. Because a good Facebook or good content in Instagram will have any meaning if you don't have enough followers. Not many people read it. So what we need to do also, we will have to increase your Facebook friends. The maximum of Facebook friends is 5,000, and make sure that 5,000 is not the FBO. They are not the potential to buy our products. We want to buy, we want to have the potential eagle. We want to find a potential user. So please make sure that in our 5,000 friends in Facebook, maybe half of them is your potential, okay? And we must create the brand awareness. Share about the product. Like now, we are looking for we are talking about the immune system product. So we also have in Forever. So we have to share the awareness and using a lot of social media platform, okay? So you have to show that you are using the product. Even though our company is really generous, they give us the nice photo from the company, correct? So even though they give us the nice photo, the nice poster, but take an effort to take your own photo using that product inside your house. With the nice photo, actually, it can make other people want to see, want to read. It can what we call, they feel like, oh, it more like they feel more interactive because they see you using the product, and become your own testimony and create the testimony among your user and sell your testimony. I tell you, I'm not selling the products. I don't sell the products, but I sell the testimony, because After this, I will show you how I sell the testimony. Okay, when people come to me, okay, people say, all right, I want to know about the Clean9 because I always talk about Clean9. They comment on my Facebook, PM. Okay, so when I already building trust with them, they trust me and they want to know about me. They want to know what I'm using. So they will what we call they will always not in Facebook. I always say to them, okay, let's talk in Instagram because it's easier in Instagram to forward anything. So when they message me, I always ask what's their concern. In Forever Living, we got more than 240 products. So we cannot just say, because in Forever, we got a lot of weapon in Forever. We got a lot of weapon. But the problem is, some people don't know how to use the weapon. Even you have a lot of weapon and you don't use it in the correct way, the correct timing, gone. You will lose. So in Forever, every time people come to you, they said, okay, I want to know about the product. We must make sure that person confirm will buy. So you have to know how to use the weapon that we have one by one. This first weapon, second, third, fourth, and straight away that person will become your assistant supervisor straight away. For me, I like maybe like 5 or 10% only people join me as a novice. Most of them join me as an assistant supervisor, even though they don't know me. Most of my customers are strangers. How come they are strangers, but how come they can give their money to me? They don't know me because I already built the trust. I use the weapon correctly. So as you can see here, okay, all right, okay, this is how I started. This is me before. I'm wearing like a blue scarf there. That's me. I was 80 kilo. So I use the product. The power of Forever, the first weapon in Forever is our product. So if we want to use, we want to success in Forever, use the product and use it like crazy. Use more than other people use and make yourself as a testimony. And you take a picture and every day you put on Facebook, your own picture because you don't have the testimony yet. But if you join Forever Living with the condition yourself, you already you don't have the problem like me. Okay, you can say you just start. You just tell the story with what you started because I have a one manager. She started in Forever Living because of constipation. And she got a lot of customers that joined her and they also have the same problem. So I tell her, see, because of your problem, and people can see that you can solve their problem, they ask you to help them to solve their problem. So in Forever, what we need to do, show that we already solve other people's problem. So this is how. Okay, when you got the testimony, ask them to send you the picture. These are what we call the real testimony in my from my friends, from my team. So when people see, okay, other people see, they say so many people selling aloe vera. We got so many FBO around the world. But what make you different from other FBO? So like for me, a lot of people sell Clean9, correct? A lot of people sell Clean9. In 165 countries sell Clean9. So I want to show that if they join me, these are the results that they can get. Some people, it's a FBO. They are FBO, okay, but they don't use the product, so they don't have the result. When they don't have the result, how they going to tell to other person? How they going to coach their team? So I sell the testimony. These are all my testimony, my real testimony. And also I make a lot of video with them. You see how I solve other people's problem. Their obesity. So I focus with how I started. Okay, I don't sell the skincare yet. I don't sell the what we call the daily use product yet. I sell whatever I started first. Okay, so these are the poster that I use. So as you can see here, okay, my mentor, GLT Desmond Com, he always told me that I asked him, okay, from the beginning, I asked him, okay, GLT Desmond Com, okay, I asked him, first thing, what I need to do in forever, because I totally have no idea what forever is what forever can what we have in forever. I have no idea how I'm going to expand my business, because if we got so many things inside our brain, okay, we don't know which one way to use. So number one, Desmond Kong told me that make sure you have a large team. Then he told me that whenever you brief, wherever you brief, one recruitment. You brief one recruitment, brief one recruitment. So I was like, wow, in one day, how many times I brief in? So it means that he want me to do a lot of recruitment. So that's why he showed me this picture. He showed me about this 4 core. So he told me that number one, first, you see that what you need to do is recruitment. And then when you already have a large team, okay, you start development, retention, productivity. I'm not going to explain this one more. If I explain this one more, it takes 2 hours. Later can other speaker cannot talk. So this one, I will keep it later. Okay, next time we meet, I will explain more about the 4 cores. Okay, this is how I started. I'm staying in Saudi Arabia. I got a message from an African lady. Can you just imagine? And she don't know me, and we are strangers. So as you can see, how the technique that I use. Okay, I say hello, good day. My name is Rida. Okay, you're there. She interested about the product, and okay, you see what's the answer? Hi, hey, I'm interested. Want to know about the product? See. What's my answer? Okay, may I know what's your focus? Is it weight loss, general health, or skincare, or hair care? So I ask their concern first. I want them to speak first, because if we have a lot of, because we have a lot of weapons, correct? So if you don't ask, okay, you just send everything you have in forever, sometimes they maybe don't read it. And see, you don't have you cannot close. You cannot do the closing because of you don't ask them first. Okay, and then after that, you can see, I send my own picture. I don't send other people picture. Okay, 27 February. I'm using my own testimony for online sharing. And you can see here, on 27, you see, I give the voice note. That's the power of the technique that I use. I'm not only send the message, but I want to build more trust. I send my own voice note. Okay, so when I you see how many minutes that I talk with her. From it's around like how many minutes? Around 7 minutes. Okay, around 7 minutes I talk, and then when she heard, she straight away they asked for the price, 18 bottles of aloe vera and a clean and program. And straight away, she's become a assistant supervisor because of the voice note. That's the key, okay? So as you can see here, hey, you see that I'm in South Africa now, okay? And I give her her ID, and that's how I spread. I make my legacy, my team bigger to other country. And this one from Philippines, okay? Also the same thing. I asked, okay, what her concern? She also said, okay, I want to lose weight. So I tell the story, okay? The story and using my own story. And also I create my own video with my testimony team, okay? So when I have the testimony, I not only take the picture, okay? Picture is normal, okay? But when you can give the video of your team members, okay, who losing weight, actually it's more powerful. You see, I'm selling the testimony. When I'm selling the testimony, that person, my prospect, they straight away told me, okay, whatever she used, I want to use. So I tell them what she used, and they straight away say, okay, I want to buy that. You see, because I give the value first. I sell the testimony, I sell the value, then only I sell the products. Okay, so not only using a video on video, but I also use my personal voice note because it can build more trust. You see, they ask the information and thank you for the information. This one from Philippines. Okay, so she said I will share it with my husband. You see, actually, we are not only sell to that person, to the prospect. We also have to convince, okay? We're not only convince that the prospect, but we also have to convince her husband, we have to convince her parents, we have to convince her neighbor, everyone. They want to buy, but they ask everyone. If all of them don't agree, she also don't buy. So what we need to do, I send the voice note and then they send it to other people. And they say, oh, when they heard my voice note, they say, oh, okay, that's good. Okay, you should try. So that's how I always thinking that I'm not only try to convince that person, but I also have to convince people around her. Okay, so this one of the thing that my power in Forever Living is the product demo. Okay, for the Arctic Sea, for the aloe vera gel, as you can see, I'm creating my own product video. Actually, a lot of people, they can find the information from the YouTube, they can find the information from the Facebook, and they take the video, they give the link to their person, okay, to their prospect. But I'm telling you, the prospect, they come to us because they want to buy from us. But why? When we trying to convince them, why we send other people video? Why we send other people words? They want to buy from us. Like for me, okay, I'm a very hard buyer. Okay, when I want to buy things from other people, I say I want to buy from you. Why you ask other people to explain to me? So in the beginning, in Forever Living, even though I was new, I said to myself, I have to learn. Okay, when I learn to do the product demo, I must be brave. I must be very hardworking, and I must challenge myself. Even though I'm new, I have to create my own video because I need that. I want to convince other people. I want people see me because we are in the online. Okay, sometimes it's quite difficult to build the trust. So give your voice note, give your own video, give your own picture, so other people can feel like connected with us and more trust to us. Okay, as you can see here, I also train them. Okay, she's in Philippines. Okay, even though she stay in Philippines, now she's already my supervisor in Philippines. Just imagine, I'm in Saudi Arabia. I'm teaching her everything, all using the online. So I asked her, when I give her the video that I'm using that I'm doing the product demo. Okay, when I'm doing the product demo, she asked me, wow, that video makes me want to very convinced about aloe vera. So can you teach me how to do the video, the demo? So she see, when she see I'm doing the video, she think like, oh, I also can do. And then I straight away ask her to have the product, the things that we need to use for the demo, and she trained herself. Okay, and as you can see here, she's a Philippine, I'm a Malaysian. Sometimes when sometimes people, when they see like, oh, because we are different nationality. Okay, we are different nationality. Maybe she thought this business only for Malaysian. Only Malaysian can succeed in this business. But I'm using this another technique that really powerful, which is I use other people as an influence. Because that time I was new. I don't have the success story yet. So I have to use other people's story to convince them also and make sure that you also inside that picture. So that's why I love to go to all the Forever Living event. Okay, even though this event is in Dubai, I in Saudi Arabia. I have to drive 12 hours. 12 hours, from Saudi to Dubai, we drive 12 hours. That time I don't have money yet to buy a flight ticket. Actually, flight ticket, Saudi to Dubai, even though it's near 2 hours flight only, but the price, the ticket price is almost like we are going to Malaysia. So my husband told me, it's okay, we just drive 12 hours we drive just because want to attend the Forever Living event. Why? Because I know at the event I can have a lot of material. I can interview people, I can take picture with other people, I can do live. And that's the cost that I need to do to build up my business. So like this one, she's a Philippines. So I know one leader that is really successful, which Edmund and Lonnie Ramos. See, I tell the story about that. I show that I'm with them also. So it makes that my friends in Philippines, they say, oh, there's a lot of Philippines also doing this business. I say, yes, of course. And also they succeed. And as you can see, I got a video, okay, the Jeffrey wife, okay. She's one of the Sapphire, I think Sapphire manager in Middle East. She's a Philippines. So you know what my technique? I asked her, her name is Marin. I asked Marin to give a speech like 1 or 2 minute speech in Tagalog. You see, I use her as the influence for me to influence people in Philippines. I asked her to speak in Tagalog, and she said, wow, this is my first time leader from other country asked me to speak in Tagalog. I said, yes, I want that, because I want to convince my friends in Philippines. And she do it for me. You see, this is beautiful. The beauty of Forever Living. We all help each other, okay? So as you can see here, this one, my mentor, he's going to Philippines. And I send the message to my friends in Philippines. I said, okay, our leader will go to Philippines. Take this chance to hear from him, okay? So I use other people influence, okay? This one, a prospect from Lebanon. I'm in Saudi, she's in Lebanon. Again, the same technique. I asked her what is her what he calls her concern. See, a lot of voice note. The same technique I use all over the years. The first year, second year, third year, all the same thing that I'm using. So actually, we in Forever, we just do the same thing. Sometimes people, when they see me, they say, oh, no wonder people join under Yuslida because she can speak very well. She can convince people. Actually, I'm telling you, okay, when I do the product demo, I try to convince other people. Actually, when the first time I want to learn that one, I listen to my mentor, Desmond Kong. He gives the talk about the products. I write it down and then I memorize it. I memorize just like I want to sit for exam. I take around 7 to 2 weeks to master the talk, like what he did, even though I was new. In Forever, it's about memorize. We need to memorize. When you already memorize, you have to do action. See people and talk. I cannot see people. That's why I use the voice note. You see, when I give the voice note, see, she also send me. Even though we are strangers, because of the power of the voice note, okay? So I built my business coaching through online, okay? And I told her, okay, these are the branch in Lebanon. Okay, see, because she joined as a user, and when she saw my video do the demonstration of the product, she said, oh, I don't know. Actually, she also did the same demonstration, the product demonstration to her cousin, and her cousin want to join a member as well. See, this one is in Malaysia, while I'm in Saudi Arabia. On 23rd October, she messaged me again, the same technique. She said she want to lose weight. I give the voice note, and on 24th, the day after, straight away, she gave me the money. She sent me the money, around 2,000 ringgit Malaysia, okay, to become a member under me. You know, in Malaysia, there's a lot of people who doing this business. But why she choose me? You know, our prospect now, they are clever already, okay? They know everyone can sell the products, but they want to see which one who can coach them. who are the one who they can trust to help them throughout the journey. So that's why even though we are in Saudi, we are in other country, we can build other business in other country as well. And on 28th, okay, she received the product, and all these are my material, all these are my evidence. When other people from in Malaysia, they want to join me, maybe sometimes they say, oh, it's okay, I got my neighbor also doing the business, I afraid because you too far, maybe difficult. I said, no problem. You see, this one, my friend in Malaysia, straight away she got the product. So I'm building their trust, okay, and the confidence. And this one, the latest one, okay, just now, all the message all from 2018, 2017, 2019, and now the latest one, 2020. And okay, this one we taught in Malay. Okay, I use the same technique all over again. I asked her what's her concern. Okay, on 9 March. And then the next day, straight away, become an assistant supervisor. And again, showing the product demo. And also, I got the group, okay, how I arrange my group. I got group for Malaysia, I got group for Philippines, and also I got user group, okay, this one we call user group. This one for retention, okay, retention. We want them to use more product. Some people, they only know about aloe vera gel. They don't know that we have toothpaste, tooth gel, we have a lot of things, 240 products in Forever Living. They don't know because we don't show it to them. So how I'm showing to them about the product, I create a user group, okay, like Forever International, and inside the group, everything I write it from my heart. So it's just like a communication with them. They can know already this one, am I just forward? Am I just copy? Oh, I take an effort to write from my heart to them, and it makes them feel connected and feel special with me. Okay, because some people, when they want to convince people to join them, they give their attention, everything. Okay, but when that people already become member, then we don't take care of them already. So we lost. Sometimes, like for now, I tell all of you, I got a lot of money in Forever Living. Why? Because the old customer keep buy the products. I'm not looking for the new customer anymore. Okay, 1 to 2 years, I really make a huge what we call recruitment. Every day, every month, huge recruitment. But now, the same person, okay, they become my loyal customers. They use from head to toe everything Forever Living products. One customer, they buy more than 20 products from Forever Living because they trust with our products. Okay, so this one, all the videos, all the testimony, and also this one, all the words I show them that I'm using the product. I'm not only concentrate on Facebook, Instagram, but also in the WhatsApp group. And you can see how much can we register assistant supervisor using 100% social media. These are the proof. Okay, I already show you what's the strategy, how I do. Okay, whatever I say to you is, or whatever I do, I never hide anything. I tell you every day, and now I want to show you the result. Okay, these are the result. Can't you see? On August, I registered 24 assistant supervisor in 1 month. Just imagine, 24, okay? And also this one, on September, 28 assistant supervisor join me, 28, okay? And October, 31 assistant supervisor, okay? And this one, I say, I break the record, 39 assistant supervisor join Forever Living. And I'm just staying inside the house. I'm taking care of my kids. I have to cook like normal. I'm a housewife. But this is how I'm using my social media platform to gain more money and stable. Okay. So as you can see here, how the approach, that method that I use to building trust. Okay, as you can take the picture here. Okay, use my technique. I tell you, it really works. Okay, so I create a personal business group WhatsApp for the fast action. You know, I'm very busy person. I have 3 boys. I got my husband. I have to cook. We don't buy food outside because we want to save money. So I'm very, very busy. But I want to make sure my business really strong. Okay, because sometimes when people send me the message, I need to give the fast action, fast reply. So I cannot, every time people message me, people call me, I have to do the voice note, again do the voice note. So what I do, I work smart. Okay, I don't work hard anymore. I work smart. I create the voice note for general. Okay, this one, self-introduction about aloe vera gel. Okay, these are the voice note. Okay, why aloe vera gel from Forever is Forever Living only is the best. Okay, this is a voice note. Okay, about the membership. Okay, these are the voice note. So when people message me, I just forward like that. Okay, but using my own voice, so I can reply them fast. Okay, create a create a WhatsApp group for quick response, personal message for personal touch. Okay, and also advise a new FBO to prepare a demo product set for to start the business. Okay, this one I create testimony from my own team to build more trust. As you can see, here's a video, and this one the oh my God, a lot of people, when we got the what we call COVID-19, a lot of FBO, sometimes they're feeling down. They're feeling like, oh, this is end of the world. I cannot do anymore Forever Living. I cannot go out like usual. I'm telling you, I will show you the result. 100% online business with Forever Living during lockdown. Okay, these are the result. My CC during lockdown on March 2020, 479.481 CC in March during lockdown. So is it our business affected by the situation outside there? No, it's not affected because we are doing online and because our product is like essential. Start from now. Go for online. Now, we already got offline. Okay, if you're good in offline, okay. But at the same time, you have to build your online as well. I tell you, if you are good offline and now you try yourself to do good in online, I'm telling you, you can become better and bigger than me because I'm only focused on online. I cannot do offline, but you all can because you can go out. Okay, this one, my global CC based on 100% online business with Forever Living. These are my first year, like what Kim said, 2,798 CC during my first year, 100% online. And during this first year, I'm telling you, I don't have any fighter in my group. No one do the 4cc or 5cc. No one do the business. And this 2,798 is coming all from the user only. Because I give them the result, I coach them how to use the product. They got the result, and then they go tell everyone. And they also what we call they don't do the business, but they make me as a referral. They tell their friends, if you're looking for a person that can coach you, okay, go find Use Leader. Okay, the second year only, I got what we call a team that do the business. So my CC increased 3,578 on the second year. Okay, these are my goal setting. I'm the person who love to share my goal setting. I'm not shy one. Okay, I got or I don't care. As long as I tell everyone, I put on my Facebook, I don't care. Because when I tell other people that this is my goal setting, okay, it make me more motivated, more on fire. Because I know people are looking, is it this girl can achieve or not? So these are my goal setting. And as you know, okay, we do a tracking weekly, monthly, to achieve the yearly achievement. Okay, so January, February, March, I need to have minimum what we call this one? Okay, I need to have 1,200 I need 1,251, okay, to achieve 5,000K, okay, but because of my target, I already achieved 1,267 cc for the first 3 months. Okay, so you must have very clear target, weekly target. When you got the target, weekly target, then only you can achieve the monthly target. Then when you achieve the monthly target, then only you can achieve the yearly target. So you must have the very clear target what you want. Okay, in forever. Okay, this are all the picture. Okay, we are running out of time already. Wow, I thought like what we call like a rocket already, very fast. Okay, okay, you see how forever changed my life. I'm a housewife. I'm staying at home. Nobody recognize me except my husband. Okay, during Mother's Day, during my birthday. Okay, he gave me the present. But when I joined Forever Living, I got recognition from all over the world. All people know about me. I go up on the stage, and you know, as my kids look me now, she look me like very different, totally different person. They were impressed with me, my own kids. Okay, so this one, because of Forever, we travel all around the world. It's really life-changing. Okay, and as you can see, my kids now, okay, they can travel all around the world. No more helping me at the kitchen. Okay, we can go everywhere. And the most importantly, I got a lot of new friends. Sometimes people say, when we do a business, we lose friends. It's okay. We got more friends that have the same aim like us, okay? And also this one, I'm a housewife, but I'm the one who managed to buy house from my mom around the work is around 1 million ringgit Malaysia. I buy from my mom because I'm doing online Forever Living business. This you know, my mom working so hard from young until old, but she not managed to have a house. But because of Forever Living, I put my effort in Forever Living. It changed not only my life, but other people's life. Okay, and I want to tell you, when we start alone. Some people, they say, oh, I don't have team yet. I said, you have to be patient. You have to be patient, but do it aggressively. And I tell you, when Malaysian Rally, the first year I came alone. But 2019, you see how big are my team during Malaysian Rally 2019. Because in Forever, it's not only we want a good person, but we want the person who are loyal to this company. We want the person who confident with this company. Whatever happened into the world, we stand with our company. Okay, so this is what success. Success is not only the result. Before you got the result, you must have the idea. You must have persistent. You have to work. You have to improve yourself. Your personal growth, especially. You have to focus. You must have passion, and you have to push yourself, and you have to serve to other people. Okay. So remember this. We don't have to be perfect. All you have to do is show up. Enjoy this messy, imperfect, and beautiful journey of life with Forever Living. Okay, so you can follow my Facebook, my Instagram, my YouTube, Yusrina Osman, and there where you can see how I work. Okay, so thank you so much to everyone for your time, and I hope you got I hope you got all the information that you need, and I hope it really can help you. Just do it. Just focus, and I'm sure if you follow this, these tips that I give you, not only now, but consistent, okay, consistent, and be patient, but do it, with your, do it bigger, okay? You must hungry, like Kim said, you must become really hungry, okay? How bad you want it, okay? To change your life, you have to change yourself. You have to change your personal growth. Then only you can change other people. Because in Forever, it's not about building the business. We want to build the people. When we build the people, then only the people will build up the business. Okay? So thank you so much. And thank you to Kim for the opportunity that you gave it to me. And thank you to all FBO. I wish you all the best. I know you can do it. Okay? 2020 is the best year for us. Okay? So bye-bye.
Thank you. Wow. Yusrina, you are on fire. You are unstoppable. Thank you very much. The crowd, you can hear the crowd here is going crazy. They are wild, and their chat is just running and running and running and running. The whole world is here, and they love you, Yusrita. Your energy, your passion is unbelievable. Thank you so much. Oh, I need to stop my applause because we have a new speaker getting ready. It's you know, I could not stop you, Yusrita. Even it's your wisdom, your energy, your passion and dedication. You are a super rising GLT star. We know we will see you in GLT. We need you there. We are getting so lonely in GLT. We need more to join us, please. And now, thank you to Yusrita. Now I'm going to introduce one of my fellow brothers. This is a guy I've been traveling the whole world. I'm actually seeing more to him than most of my family. And this is why in forever, you know, in the beginning, we meet strangers, they become friends, and then later they become like family. And this is one of the, I love all our discussions and philosophies, because sometimes Gary and me, we just sit at the table, we start philosophy, we start thinking, we start and create. And this is a guy, you know, who don't fear anything. He's a guy that if he make decisions, they are well thought, you know, they're well consumed. They've been, he's a good guy in doing lobby work also. We, you know, he's one of our captains. And as I said in the beginning, they're real captains and navigate the stormy weathers, and they love the storm. Like the eagles, he loves the storm, to fly higher, to fly faster, to train new skills. And here is one of the masterminds behind some of the changes we do in FLP 360, some of the changing in the marketing plan, some of the changes we see on foreverliving.com, and a lot in the operation. He has so much responsibility, and still he's calm, he's focused, he's powerful. So let's welcome Gary Breinhold, our executive president, and a great friend of all of us. His heart is with us. So welcome to Gary Breinhold. Let's make some noise from the crowd. Yeah, my YouTube crowd is on fire. We are thousands.
Oh, wow.
Of people here. Welcome to Gary and Breinhold. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, Kim. Man, you got a lot of people in your office there.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to be here. Thanks for the invitation, Kim.
You're welcome. I will mute myself out, so the stage is yours.
Wow, and I see Yusrita still there, and Ann Kristen. Wow, thank you all. I don't know, Yusrita, I don't know how you keep up that energy for so long. That is amazing. I mean, it's just like, it's nonstop. Do your kids have the same amount of energy as you do? Anyways, it's so great to be here. You know, I've been sitting here, and you know, Kim asked me to talk about a few things, and I was listening to Charles and Ann Kristen and Yusrita and to Kim, and I was taking notes, and I'm like, is it too late to change my presentation? There's so much I'd love to share with all of you. You know, it's you know, especially during this time, you know, I think it does, it causes us to reflect and have a lot of feelings and a lot of thoughts and put things into perspective and perhaps change our perspective. And, you know, it really is, you know, what a privilege and an honor and a blessing to be surrounded by so many great people around the world in Forever. So many great friends, you know, Forever business owners. And, you know, as I was listening to Kim, you know, I was thinking about, you know, all of the amazing experiences that we've had all over the world, and, you know, how Forever has changed the lives of so many. And, you know, as I was thinking, you know, in fact, I had came across this earlier this week. It says, don't let the fear of what could happen make nothing happen. And I think, you know, everything that's happening right now is exactly what this is talking about. It's just doing things and keep moving forward, because there are so many great things to be had in this life. There are so many great things. And you know, I heard Yuslita made a comment. She referred to being in lockdown. And it's interesting, you know, years and years and years ago, that the word lockdown was used, and I think it was referred to because there was no technology. There was no, you know, there was no internet. None of that existed. So when you were in lockdown, you were literally locked down with nothing to do. Maybe if you had a chessboard or checkers, but you know, today, you know, lockdown, as I look at the world today and what we're doing right now, lockdown is just creates amazing opportunities for us. You know, I heard the expression too, what are we waiting for? And as you know, these past couple weeks here in Arizona, we've kind of experienced this lockdown. You know, we were up and for quite some time, still being able to function and work a little in the office and surrounded by some great team members. But, you know, now we're working remotely. Now I'm at home, but it's crazy. It puts things into perspective, because sometimes we're just waiting for that right moment, or we're like, oh, the next event or the next rally or the next this, that's when things are going to change. Well, this is a perfect example that things can change for us right now. And just, you know, what amazing messages, and those can be had every single day. You know, as I was reflecting a little bit, and you know, time's limited, and I'm going to get in. I wanted to talk, you know, of course, about some of the exciting things that we've been working on in Forever. But I couldn't help but think, you know, back 27 years ago when I joined Forever as a Forever business owner. You know, there wasn't a lot of technology. Technology was not my specialty. That was, you know, my specialty was just loving life and you know, looking just like all of us for great opportunities and things that we love to do. And I found that. And you know, I think in life it teaches us a lot of things, and we can go, you know, there's a lot of life lessons, like don't touch a hot stove. We've probably all learned that at some point in our life. But I wanted just to share a few things that you know, some of the things before I share with you a little bit about some of the things that we're working on Forever technology-wise, just some of the things that I've learned being a part of Forever. And the first thing that I wanted to share was the power of a vision. You know, as we listen to some of these great speakers today, and some of the other ones that Kim has had, you know, in you know, last week and tomorrow and in the coming weeks, you know, it's amazing how powerful people are. And just from, you know, we've just listened to Yuslita and the energy and the power, and you can tell it's very clear, you know, what she wants to accomplish, but what she's going to accomplish, without a doubt. And I can't help but think back the first time that I was introduced, you know, 27 years ago to Forever, and I met Rex. And you know, at this time I was studying at university, looking to you know, for a job in my career path that I had studied for years in university. And I was introduced to Forever. And of course, there was many different opportunities. I had no interest whatsoever in network marketing, direct sales, none whatsoever. You know, I was an entrepreneur. I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but this wasn't the conventional route. But you know, one of the things that you know, early on, before I even joined, I had the opportunity to meet Rex, and you know, he didn't invite me to join. He didn't say, hey, this is going to change your life. I mean, this is 27 years ago. I just had the opportunity just to have a conversation with him, and I learned a lot. And of course, you know, I looked more into Forever, and you know, one thing led to another. I decided to join as a Forever business owner. I didn't join as a member of a corporate team or as an employee. I joined as a Forever business owner. And you know, I remember, and this is being in Arizona, but I had the opportunity, and I moved to California with my wife, and we kind of embarked on our journey with Forever. And as I was thinking this week, I came across this: faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. And I think we all have that in common, taking that leap of faith. And taking a leap of faith is really difficult in our business, no matter where we are. If it's just getting started, or if it's deciding that we're going to qualify for as an Eagle manager, or if we're going to chairman's bonus, whatever it might be, we have to have the energy and the excitement and the belief that we're going to do it. And so I decided to join Forever. And this is some, I don't know how long ago this photo was, 25, 26 years ago when I started. And this was a little recognition meeting that we had where someone was receiving, their earned incentive back then. But as I came across this photo, and I have many other photos, and I'd love to share them all, but it's not about that. But it just made me reflect on going back to Rex and the power of a vision, and to see what he's been able to do after 42 years, and how many lives that he's changed, that he's affected, just from a vision. And of course, we've all heard Rex's story. We know Rex's story, and we know that it just didn't come because he was lucky. And we know that it didn't come because people invested a lot of money. We know that it came because of his vision and who he is. And so, as I think about life lessons, and this is probably something that I think, but that I know that Rex emulates, love what you do and the money will follow. Rex has never thought about money. Never. He always thinks about people. Help others and success will follow. Rex, after 42 years of Forever, and even before that, has been very successful because he is a genuine person. And I think as you listen, whether it's to Charles or to Ann Kristen or to you, Slita, and to Kim, and all of those, there is, do you think Kim's doing this today to make money? No, he's doing this today, and everybody is doing this today, is to help and to share what we love to do. And I can say after 27 years is I love what I do. I love Forever. I love everything about it. But more than anything, I really do, we say help others. I love sharing Forever. And as I talk about Rex, and being able to travel with him is the biggest treat, is such an amazing opportunity to see how he just loves people, and how much when he talks to people, and how much they listen because they know that he cares. And so, these are just some, over this, I talk about reflection. And, of course, as we look at opportunity, this is a time to be sensitive, to be compassionate, to serve, empathize. But, it's time to reflect, but we have to move forward, and, we have to plan. We need to continue to set goals. We need to be committed, but what we're doing as Forever business owners, is we're moving things forward. Many people in this time will stay put, won't even move. But you know what? They're actually moving backwards. It's our products, our opportunity, it's our Forever that is going to provide what people need. It's our products, our opportunity. It creates balance for us and our bodies and our minds. And so all of this balance and all of these things is only going to help us help others. And so, what an amazing opportunity. As I was these past couple weeks, just being able to, be at the office and being surrounded by amazing people. I've learned in Forever, I have, and I think, many of you share this in common. We have a lot of friends, and we grew up with friends, with childhood friends. And it's a unique perspective when, as a Forever business owner, it gives the opportunity to work all over the world. And it allows us to make friends all over the world. And what a powerful thing, and what a powerful opportunity. But, I have an opportunity nearly every day to work with, this crazy bunch right here. And you know, it's powerful when you're doing what you love, and you're doing it with the people that you love, and the people that you care about, and the people that care about you. And that's what's so strong about friendship. You know, as you know, I've had the opportunity to be surrounded, you know, many different trips with our GLT, just amazing people that just love life, they love people, they love forever, and they care. And so, you know, the great thing about forever is it helps us love. And I think I might have lost you. Whoops. All right. Oh, are we back?
We are back. So,
Great. And
I don't know.
yeah, I think I might have lost you there. But you know what, as I was talking about, you know, one of the great things about friendship and having great people surrounded by us, it does. And you know, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but you know, one thing that that, you know, talking about life lessons is it gives us, you know, in forever, you know, we can experience many things. Outside of forever, you know, we have experiences, but inside of forever, we experience things we could never experience otherwise. And these are the life lessons, the things that I've learned in forever that I don't think I would have learned otherwise. And so, you know, as I look at, you know, the power, you know, going back to Rex and the power of a vision and the ability to affect so many people, that's what we're doing as forever business owners. Even though we might not see it right now, you know, give it 1 week and 2 weeks and a month and a year, and we start to really see the power that we have as forever business owners with that vision, you know, with our why. You know, Ann Kristen, you know, she talked about our why. She said, you know, don't settle. You know, I love what, you know, Charles said. You know, it's you know, sometimes our why is so deeply rooted, and we just need to put words to it. And I love that part of it. And I've experienced that. I've seen people try to develop their why, and it's in there. It's just a matter of putting it out there and describing it. And you know, that's one thing that Rex has been able to do, been able to live, been able to share for so many years. You know, it's important that we be ourselves, nobody else. You know, we're not living someone else's life. We're living our life. And that's, you know, I think that, you know, as life lessons, you know, it's, you know, many times we live just to please others. And it's hard to please others if we're not happy, if we're not ourselves. And I think as we discover our why, as we discover, you know, take that leap of faith and do things that challenge us, it helps us step up and really find out who we are. And I think that's, you know, and that's what's great in forever, as we look at new managers, new Eagle managers, chairman's bonus, all of these forever business owners have challenged themselves. They've discovered something maybe that they didn't know they had. And that is the power of understanding who we are. Do not underestimate the value of honesty and integrity. And that's in all that we do. And I think as we look at that, you know, it brings me to you know, to Rex and Greg. You know, it's, you know, Rex founded Forever 42 years ago. You know, Greg has been there every step of the way. You know, everyone, you know, most of you know Rex. I think everyone knows Greg, and it's just an amazing, you know, as we talk about a dynamic duo, if you've heard of that expression before, you know, you know, our future is forever bright. And, you know, I'm excited right now in these circumstances right now to be where I'm at, because I know and understand, you know, their vision, the love that they have for the business, and that there's never a question of sacrificing any honesty or integrity or any value to move forward. And it is because of these values that they share, that are deep rooted in forever. That is the reason why we'll continue to grow. We will continue to be strong and continue to have the greatest product and the greatest opportunity. You know, and with that, you know, it leads us into kind of one of what I wanted to discuss with you, and some of the things that forever is doing. You know, as I look at, you know, my career, my time, 27 years in Forever, as starting out as a Forever business owner, had the opportunity to grow and to develop an area as a Forever business owner in California, and then of course had the opportunity to come and to join the home office team and to work with, you know, here in North America, as well as in Latin America, and then of course now being able to work, you know, globally all over the world. And you know, I've seen you know, challenges, and I've seen what, you know, all of us have to experience, no matter where we are, day in and day out. But I get excited as I look at you know, what Forever is doing to create a brighter future. You know, you've heard, if you've watched our Facebook lives, you've heard Gary Shreve talk about, you know, what we're doing to make sure we have a constant supply of product, and what we're doing, you know, all the way through being vertically integrated and having the opportunity to affect all different areas. You know, we've seen, you know, Greg and Aiden come on and talk about, you know, the opportunity we've shared, you know, and they've shared a lot of, you know, what their vision and how they see things moving ahead. But there's so many things that as we look ahead that I'm excited about, you know, in Forever. But, you know, specifically, Kim wanted that, you know, I share with you a little bit on the technology side and and not just technology, but, you know, what we're doing to form our future at Forever and what we're preparing. You know, it's historically, our business it's been people to people, and we've seen as technology has come on board that it's created new opportunities for us. And of course, I'm sure you all have heard of Amazon and Uber and Apple, and probably more than half of us right now are on some sort of Apple device. But we've seen how these companies have changed the world, but we also see the opportunities that they've created inside of their platforms, but also outside for others to learn and to also, you know, it's kind of like you know, the ideas that come out of just being able to have the experience. And I think that's one of the things about these, you know, these meetings that we're having now, these video conferences, is there's a lot that will be shared, a lot that we will learn, but out of that, it will inspire new ideas and new things that are inside of us that we can use and create greatness. And that's where all of these companies have come from, people that had ideas and they've created something that's great. And that's what's great about being Forever business owners, because that's the ability, the opportunity that we have in Forever is to create something great. You know, one of the things that, and I shared this actually at an Eagle Manager retreat, but presenting a brand consistency across all platforms can increase revenue by up to 23%. And you heard, you know, Ann Kristen talk a little bit about, you know, what she does in social media, you know, through Instagram, through Facebook, through, you know, many different platforms that are available to us. And, you know, whether it's inside of your business or inside of, you know, Forever Living products, you know, to be consistency we can see just by in these big brands is the consistency, what it does in their brand and to their product. And now think about what it could do to yours. And so as a company, you know, of course, we've been over the years, you know, working and more to create this consistency through marketing, through social media, through the experiences, through presentations, but the overall experience is to create this consistency through our branding. And so, and as you heard from Ann Kristen, how important that is in your own businesses, is to create that consistency. You know, as we look at creating this consistency, you know, we kind of have to sometimes, you know, you have to imagine as a Forever business owner, you know, a lot of times we go and we buy something and boom, we have a phone in our hands and it works. You know, as a company, over 42 years, we've built different platforms and different things to support our business. But as we look at digital technology and how it's transforming, it takes time. And for the last 3 years, Forever, 3 years ago, made a significant commitment with time, resources, money, and investment, overall investment, to build our forever future. And it starts from the ground up. And many times as a forever business owner, we don't see that. As we see data, what is data? Well, data is accumulating everything that's happening, everything that you're doing, everything that needs to be done, and compiling cells and new products and basically everything that's done, and compiling that and putting it into a database. And then of course, e-commerce, which is, our online sales. We have a customer service portal, which many of you won't even know what that is. But this is actually something that has already been released. But this is a way that all of our customer service kind of oriented sales staff around the world, in whatever country they are, have access to this portal that basically gives them the insight that they need to help you, the forever business owner. And so this is something that already been launched. Of course, bonus, we all like to get paid, we all incentives and all of these things. And all of these things, of course, have been created over time, but the technology the platform that it was created on has now kind of run its course. And now we're having to go in and recreate everything from the ground up. And so, these are things that have been in work for so many years. And many of this, like I said, you don't see. However, this last one, digital tools, is the one thing that I'm really excited about that's also been in the work for the last 3 years. And it's something that many of you today, as we speak, are using it. The digital tools has been such, it's kind of this revolution. It's evolving every single day. And as we look at forever, we have a great opportunity now to leverage these tools. First of all, what you see here is one of the things, as for me, over the last few years, being able to work kind of in the technology space, that is not my specialty. However, forever technology has been a big part of the time that I've been able to spend and invest, and I've learned a lot. And one of the things, probably growing up in sales, probably one of the most frustrating things is to see how long it takes to develop and to get technology out to the market. I can only imagine Apple and its thousands and thousands of people, or Amazon, what they're working on right now that they're going to launch in 2 or 3 years. And it's because it takes a long time to get things to do what we want them to do. But we've been patient and we've been working, and it's as I think of technology, if I think I hope Kim doesn't mind, and he's heard me share this with him. Kim is such, he's an amazing guy, and talk about adapting. If you would have asked me 10 years ago if Kim Madsen would have been kind of the king of forever technology, I would have said no way. But I have to say that after all of these years, Kim is definitely one of the superstars when it comes to forever technology. And it's, I remember, if I can just kind of step off, I remember a presentation. Of course, Kim remembers this because I give him a hard time about it. But many years ago, we took a trip to Brazil, and I had asked Kim if he would give a presentation there. And of course, he said, of course. And he comes, and we're in this room, and I have to say, it for 2 reasons, it was one of the most memorable events for me. The first memory that is just the amazing presentation that he gave, and it wasn't about what he put on the screen, it's about what he said. But another interesting part is he puts this presentation up on the screen, and I think every other word was misspelled. And Kim will tell you he's not a spelling major, and he was just learning how to use PowerPoint, and he had done this presentation, and there was a number of words misspelled. I mean, when I say a number, a lot. And I look and now I reflect on that and what he shared, which was amazing. And we all know Kim and the passion that he has for this business. And now he's managing this video conference. But not only that, some of these tools that I'm going to share, he's actually had a lot of input, and he is one of our superstars. So as we look at, some of these tools, it's amazing what technology gives us as forever business owners to use to give us insight. This is just an example of what you'll find on our new website. As I talked about, being frustrated with technology, sometimes things don't happen as quick as we want. And I'd love to push a button and every one of the countries has a brand new e-commerce, a brand new website. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen like that. That's what's so great about the 360 tool I'm going to share, is that actually gave us an opportunity to get something out to everyone. But still in the background, we're still working on our e-commerce platform. Of course, it's live in North America, and it's going live in some other countries over the coming months. But I talked about the overall being consistent, and that's what we're trying to do with our technology and with our platform, is to create this consistency. And as if you recall, many of you, hopefully all of you on this call, have FLP 360. Well, this was the old, kind of our old FLP 360. And this year in February, I think it was just 1 month off schedule, which is amazing. We had projected to start at the new year, but on February 1st, we launched our new FLP 360. And what an amazing tool. But more than that, something that can grow with us, with you, as we look at building forever into the future. And 360, as we sit around, we do a lot. We do a lot of sitting and discussing and talking about what we can do and what this tool means for us. And as a team, we came up with these three kind of words: insight, strategy, and growth. And these are the things that 360 focuses on. It gives us expanded reports. Today, you can go on and sign on into your back office on foreverliving.com, and you can see, you get some reports. But the reports that we get on 360 is much more in depth. We get replicated. We have new replicated sites. We also have a social scheduling tool and a content curation tool, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But first of all, we get a lot of questions, and as I look and I get a lot of feedback and questions, I'm amazed at, in the background, what our team at Forever Living is able to do. And there's a lot of things out there that I don't even know about, and maybe that you don't know about. But if we just search, and if we go onto foreverliving.com, or if you go onto 360, we're going to see a lot of answers to the questions that we might have. For example, this is something that's available on our website, FLP 360 FAQ, what is changing? Well, I'm not going to go through everything, but this is available online. And if there's, if anyone needs this, we can definitely make this available. Maybe there's a way I can get it to Kim and he can send it out. But these are some of the things that have changed. We put this out before it changed in January, but these are some of the things that have changed on our new 360. And so we're really, really excited. And not only that, the amount of languages it supports, not only the languages, but the amount of countries that we're now able to support. If we, and how you sign up, and really what it can do for your business. Now, as we, there's two aspects, kind of two parts of 360. I'm going to talk about both of them. And many people just download the app. Of course, I have it right here on my phone, and many of you do too. But as you go on, many people go on and they see, for example, you're going to see on the phone, it has a different. I'm going to get to the online app in just a moment. But many people have just experienced one or the other, and the experience on both is unique. And so encourage you to, to get, if you're not using our web-based, our e-commerce web-based platform, get on, sign on your computer. It's an amazing tool, and what you're able to do and the reports and the things that you're able to see. And then of course, what you can do on your phone is a whole nother thing. And we'll get into that in just a moment. But it gives us such an amazing insight into our business. Now, whether it's on the phone or on the desktop version, there are more favorites. One of Kim's biggest complaints was, well, I'm trying to get on here, but I can only add 25 people. And I know so many more people, and I have more time to give to them. I just want to be able to follow more. And so we added more favorites, inviting people to shop and to join, and all of these things at our fingertips. I mean, just think, if you're really using this tool, especially right now, there's nowhere you need to go except right where you're at, understand how to leverage this tool and use it, invite people. And, one of the things that I really liked what Ann Kristen said about social media is that many of us, people are sitting at home bored right now looking for something to do. And she's, it's not about selling a product or signing someone up. It's about sharing, but first just getting to know them. There's a lot of people out there looking right now for something to do. And if we just all of a sudden jump right in, we've probably lost our opportunity, and that window is going to close. But if we show people that we care and take an interest in them, we will have the opportunity more and more to unlock the technology that we have and use that to help them. But also, think about now they can leverage that same technology and opportunity in their business. So, as we move along here, the insight into business, whether, it's chairman's bonus, your global rally, Eagle Manager. Of course, all of this, what you're seeing here is, is desktop, but these are screenshots off of what you can see on your app as well. How you can, look at your business every single day and understand if you're on track. There might be supervisors on this call, or assistant supervisors, they're just starting, and you see, well, I'm a long way from Global Rally, I'm a long way from Eagle Manager. You know what? This tool is for everybody, because these aren't just reports. These are tools for you to invite people, to help people. If we look at, for example, the old 360 and the new 360, just look here. You're going to be able to, there's Kim's favorite right there on the screen, the favorites. You see incentives, you see your case credits that you have. You can see your downline, who's joining your business. But one of the great things, no matter where we are in the marketing plan, one of my favorites is the downline part. And as we look at that, and as you favorite them, as it sends it up into favorites, you're able to see what's happening. As an assistant supervisor, as you sponsor someone, now you have insight into their business and what they're doing, and understand maybe what you can do to help them. There's, other than if you just want reports, or if you just want to know how many case credits you have, of course, for free, you can view a lot of that in your back office just by signing on. But if you really want to understand what's happening in your business and what you can do to affect change, this app, this desktop version of 360 can help you understand what you need to do. And one of the add-ons that we put on, and this is something, as I talk about growing with our business, is the social tools part of it. And this is something that I would love to unlock and make available right now. Of course, right now, there is a lot of this tool available, but the ability to use social tools in our business, to expand and to grow and to give us more opportunity as forever business owners, this is the one area that we're investing a lot of time and money into to expand this. But right now, there are a lot of social tools that are available. In fact, I'd like to just, and maybe you don't know this, we have so many online kind of tutorials. And I just wanted to give you an example of just a couple tutorials that we have that you might not know that exist, that you can see to help understand more of 360.
The social queue allows you to save posts for posting at a later date. Add a posting schedule to receive a notification reminder when it is time to post. To set a posting schedule, select the days you want to post, enter a time of day.
Sorry about that.
The social queue allows you to save posts for posting at a later date. Add a posting schedule to receive a notification reminder when it is time to post. To set a posting schedule, select the days you want to post, enter a time of day, and click Add Schedule. You can add different schedules for different days and click the X on any that you want to remove. Easily add media library content to your social queue by clicking on the queue icon. Enter a caption and click Add to Top to add it to the top of your queue. The heart icon adds the post to your social links favorites list for posting again in the future. Use the arrows to move items up and down in your queue. The post at the top of your queue is the post you will be reminded to post at the next scheduled time. To receive a notification when it is time to post, download the FLP 360 Tools mobile app from the links provided in the FLP 360 portal.
So that's just an example of what's out there. And there's actually just one more, and I won't do the whole thing, but I'll get it started just so you can kind of see some of the tutorials that are out there for you to access to help understand how you can leverage these tools. I could, of course, we could, if we had all day, we could train specifically, and actually we are planning now a specific webinar training on the 360. It does take more time than we have now to go through it, but we will be actually putting one out there. We're working on the content this week, and we're excited because really, if we understand the power that's in our fingertips, that's in our home with us right now, it's amazing what we can unlock. I'll just give you another little preview of this one.
Add a posting schedule to receive a notification.
One more here. Sorry about that. So I'll just keep moving because I'm running out of time, but there are several of those online, and once again, we can definitely put a link to all of those that are on here so that you can have access to it if you don't know where to find them. But it's this is just another example of what's available to you. Right now, as we look at I gave you the frequently asked questions on what's changing. Well, we also have posted using the digital tools. We have a whole kind of an outline of how to navigate and how to use it and how to set set things up so they work, the social cues, all of that. So we do have a lot of tips and tricks that help you understand how to leverage this tool. And so I could keep talking and babbling, but I just to understand and to limit ourselves because we feel like we're locked down is just doing us and our teams and people that depend on us a disservice. We have such a great and amazing opportunity to still to be compassionate and to help and to love others from our home, but also share this great opportunity. People need our products more than ever right now. So let's use what we have to share our products, to share our opportunity, so that people can keep moving forward. you know, as I talk about life lessons, and I'll end on this, just kind of something that you know, it's, you know, we have to live, of course, you know, where we are, but that doesn't mean that just because where we are, we can't have fun. And that's one of the things in this business, you know, as we look at where we are today, you know, there was just maybe 10 of us or so at the home office earlier this week, and I was with, you know, Greg and Aiden and Gary, and you know, as we were working and looking at, you know, some of the things that we can do to continue to support the Forever business owners, can support the business. You know, I couldn't help to think as we were together, you know, how much fun it is, and you know, how no matter the circumstance, we can always create fun. And that's one of the things that Forever gives us, is that opportunity. But I just wanted to share with you this last little video, and it's something that I took in a long, I can't remember, I think it was a 8 to 10 hour layover that we had at an airport. And you know, you see a lot of grumpy people, and you know, and one of the things that I've learned is in this business is patience. And that's one thing for me that came difficult. I didn't grow up a patient person, but as I've traveled the world, it's definitely taught me sometimes you just have to go with the flow. And if you're at an airport for 10 hours, you know, have fun. Why just do what everyone else is doing and mumble and grumble and be unhappy when you know no matter what you do or what you say, you're leaving in 10 hours. So this is something that we were doing to pass the time away. So this is Aiden and Gary, and at an airport during a layover, just trying to get time to go by. And you know what? They found a rowboat. And you know, I came across that the other day, and it just made me laugh. And you know, it's crazy when you think about, you know, right now, and some of you, you know, right now might be sitting in your pajamas. You might be sitting in your living room. You might have created a soundproof room away from your kids. Who knows? But you know, wherever we are, we can have a good time. And that's one thing with Forever. It gives us the opportunity to do that no matter where we are, no matter the circumstances. So, you know, I want to thank you all for being on today and taking your time and you know, passing the time away. Thank you, Kim, for giving me this opportunity. It really is. It's fun to be with all of you and to have this experience. And I think it gives us even more, it gets us more excited to go out and do what we can to help others. So thank you, Kim. Really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much for Gary. Let's make some noise here from the crowd. We are on fire. Thank you a lot, Gary. This was very good. Very. I got some new stuff here from the FLP 360. I need to investigate it some more. And very funny that you remember that time in Brazil, because still my wife is on top of me with all my spelling mistake when I do my PowerPoints. And sometimes I get you guys to make a makeover and polish them. And which is cool, because then they look professional, but then people don't believe that it's me who make them. So a lot of wisdom, 27 years in Forever Living. You are a superstar, one of our legends, and we are extremely excited that you actually shared your time with us, because it makes, you know, what I love is that when you guys, like Bill is coming now, and we had Navas last week, we have Aiden, and Gary is coming, and Gary is coming next week, you know, is to show the world that the top leaders and the field and the executives from the head office, you know, we join forces. We are together. we go shoulder by shoulder, and we will get out on this, on the other end, much, much stronger than now. And with the experienced leadership that we hear, Garen, we have had so much fun during all these years, and you could be on that rowing boat too, I know. So it might just be a coincidence you're the one filming. I don't know. So we are rowing together, and thank you, Garen. Give Garen a warm applause from everyone, and go on the chat and scream, yeah! Thank you. I have my audience here in my room. So thank you so much. And now I will introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is also one of the legends. I think when Garen started, he was one of the executives that time when you just started 27 years ago. I met him first time in Anaheim in 1999. This really nice guy from our executive that time came and welcomed us, and he met my son Oliver, and we get along. And again, you know, it was like, for me, these guys like Garen, Aiden, Greg, and Bill, Navas, RJ, all these guys that you met who's been here for decades, is like meeting Rex. You know, we feel Rex, we feel the spirit of the company, we feel the good principles and values will never ever be compromised. So Bill, when I was in with my family and my parents, we visited actually Arizona 2 years ago, and Bill was so kind to invite us on a restaurant with the kids, and I got to know him, if possible, even better. But this is where he told me also that, by the way, my father was the first ever FBO and recruited by Rex, and so he's been growing up since now 41 years in the business, Bill. So to get someone who for 41 years has doing business presentations, because he's still doing business presentation now. He's been moving around in the Middle East, in UAE, doing business presentations. After 41 years, I think we will not find anyone who can explain the simplicity of the complex marketing plan better than Bill, but also about who is Rex, what is the principle, who's the value, what is the, you know, to see you guys, Bill, still on board after all these years, you know, it just make me feel that we have the best captains on this ship. We are safe. So let's welcome, with a lot of noise, to Bill Lewis. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you, Kim. It's very, very exciting for me to be here with you and all of your group. This is a great experience, and you certainly have done well to organize such a great event today and tomorrow. You know, it has been 41 years, but to me it seems like it's only been 10 or 15 years at the most. Time has gone by so fast because I've had so much fun with Forever Living. I'll never forget those first years when I joined as an FBO with my lovely wife, and we worked to build a business. And then those times that we had as a general manager in the San Diego area, and then as a home office, being in the home office for so many years, and some time in Spain and Portugal, developing those, getting those areas going. We've just had a wonderful, wonderful experience. And It's never been a dull moment for me, and I've just absolutely loved every minute of it. I can tell anybody that asks me how I feel about Forever and its marketing program, and I can tell you that it is absolutely terrific. It is the best that I've ever seen. Some people don't know that before we joined Forever Living back in 1979, my family was in another company, another network marketing company, for 17 years before that. So if you take that experience in Forever of 41 years and add 17 more years in the industry, that's a lot of years. And I've seen a lot of companies come and go. I've seen a lot of marketing plans. I've seen a lot of products. I've seen a lot of company executives. And I can tell you that nothing and nobody can match the products, the marketing plan, the management of Forever Living products. I've known Rex since 1978, actually, and I can tell you that you won't find a man who lives by his principles more than he does. And Greg has certainly been raised properly by his father, and he's taking the things in your it is taking the bull by the horns and taking control of the company and doing very, very well. I can tell you that, let me do one thing here. I noticed that there's something wrong with our screen. Let's see if I can fix this here. Looks like I'm not able to fix it right now. So anyway, we'll proceed as that. You're going to see the next slide as we go, but that's okay too. My part today is to explain how to explain the marketing plan, a simple step-by-step way to explain the basic marketing plan for those who are new and those who want to learn more about the details of how the plan works. We have basically, it's a very simple program. And it's based upon a principle that Rex has lived by and learned all his life. And that principle is that by helping others get what they want, you get what you want. And that's the beauty of Forever, is that we have to help other people get what they want first before we get what we want. And the whole program is designed around that principle. So in order to understand the marketing plan, we need to first understand the concept of case credits. Now, case credits is how we measure sales volume for qualifications and recognition and everything else that takes place in the company. And it's very simple. It's like a point system. There are each unit of product is assigned a case credit value, and these case credits vary according to the price of the product. The higher the price of the product, the more case credits it's worth. Now, case credits can vary slightly from country to country, but it's not much. They're very, very close. And as the products are purchased by our Novus customers and our FBOs, these case credits are accumulated to determine when we reach new levels in the marketing plan and when we qualify for various incentives that's offered by the company. So having that basic knowledge, we can now describe our marketing plan. Everybody starts off in our marketing program as a Novus customer. As a Novus customer, you receive a 15% discount off the suggested retail price. And when you purchase 2 case credits within 2 calendar months or less, you become a Forever business owner with a 30% discount, plus you can receive additional discounts of 5 to 18% depending upon your level in the marketing program. Now, as a Forever business owner, you now have the opportunity to sell the products to retail customers and earn a 35 to 48% profit, again, depending upon your level in the marketing plan. When your retail customers decide to become Novus customers, you then can earn 20 to 33% on the purchases made by that Novus customer. Now also, as a Forever business owner, you have the opportunity now to sponsor others in your group like this. They in turn can sponsor others who can sponsor others. And before long, you have a network of Forever Living Products, Forever business owners who are using the products themselves, retailing the products, and sponsoring other Forever business owners. Now, the case credits of this entire network are added to your personal case credits to determine when you move up to new levels in the marketing plan. For example, when you do your first 2 case credits, as a Novus customer, you purchase the 2 case credits, you become a Forever business owner at the assistant supervisor level. This allows you to receive now a 35% total discount on your purchases. Remember, that's the 30% basic discount plus your 5% additional discount. As your group grows and you do 25 case credits with your group in any 2 consecutive months, you then become a supervisor at the 38% total discount level. Here's an example of how that can happen. Let's suppose that you have a group like we have on the screen here, and they're doing each one doing their respective case credits. Those, in this example, add up to 12.5 case credits. If you did that 2 months in a row, you would be a supervisor. So you see, it really doesn't require that many people to reach the level of supervisor. When your group does 75 case credits in 2 consecutive months or less, you become an assistant manager and receive a 43% discount. And the final move up comes when you do 120 case credits in 2 months or less, or 150 case credits in 4 months or less. You reach the level of manager and receive a 48% total discount. Now, so far we've talked about how the case credits of your group combine to help you reach new levels in the marketing program. I want to point out on the diagram here that you see some arrows that point up from level to level. That's to remind us that in our marketing plan, you can only go up. You can never revert from one position back down to another position. There's no requirements for you to maintain volume to maintain your level. So that takes a lot of the pressure off. Now, in addition to your case credits, your group's case credits, helping you reach new levels, you can also earn bonuses based on the purchases and the sales of the people in your group. The first of these bonuses is called the Novus Customer Bonus. Novus Customer Bonus is paid to you in addition to the profit that you're receiving on a Novus customer's purchase. You also receive a bonus equal to anywhere from 5 to 18% of the retail value of what they order, depending upon your sales level. Now, when your Novus customers become FBOs and they start purchasing and selling the products, you can qualify to receive what we call group bonuses. Now, group bonuses start at the level of supervisor, and they are as pictured. But I'm going to demonstrate a group bonus with an illustration. Here you are as a manager in the center. You've sponsored an assistant supervisor, a supervisor, and an assistant manager. Now, the way that we figure the group bonus is that we take the discount level of the person that you personally sponsored and subtract it from your discount level when they purchase product, and you receive the difference between those 2 levels. For example, you're a manager, you're at the 48% discount level. You have sponsored an assistant supervisor who is at the 35% discount level. When that assistant supervisor or anybody in their group under them purchases product, you're going to receive the 13% difference based on the retail price, the suggested retail price of the purchases of that group. Similarly, you have a supervisor sponsored directly to you. You're at 48, he's at 38, you receive a 10% bonus based on the retail value of the purchases of that supervisor and the purchases of the people under him. So you can see this can start to grow and become a very significant income as that group expands. Finally, your assistant manager at 43%, you're at 48, you're going to receive the 5% difference on the purchases and sales of that assistant manager group as it grows. Okay, now we're talking about total personal discounts, Novus customer bonus, and group bonus. There is a qualification, there is a requirement in order to receive the group bonus. At present, that requirement begins at the level of supervisor, and it is that you must be active during the month with 4 case credits between your personal purchases, your retail sales, and your Novus customer purchases. So among all those people, as long as you have 4 case credits during the month, at least one of them must be personal. In other words, you must be using the product and so that you can share it properly. Then you will receive your group bonuses that are in green on the screen. Okay. Now, let's talk about another kind of bonus that is received by managers. When you sponsor somebody, you're a manager and you've sponsored somebody who's an assistant manager, the difference that you're receiving on that group is 5%, the 48 minus the 43. Well, what happens when your assistant manager becomes a manager? They, of course, move up to 48%. You're at 48% and you can't go any higher. Well, now you have 48 minus 48, which is 0. So it seems like you have lost your group bonus, which in fact you have. But in forever math, 48 minus 48 is not really 0. It is actually 6. Because when that assistant manager becomes a manager, you no longer receive the 5% on their group, but you receive a leadership bonus equal to 6% of that first generation manager. Now, when somebody under that manager becomes a manager, that is referred to as your second generation manager, you will receive 3% of the volume of that entire group. And one more generation of leadership bonus is 2% paid on your third generation managers who have achieved that level. Now, this is where I found in my personal building of my group, this is where the big money really began, was that leadership bonus. Because there are no limits to the number of first generation managers you can develop. Imagine if you had 9 or 15 or 50 of those. Imagine if they were each doing 50, 60, 100 case credits a month with their groups. That really turns into some decent income with Forever. It certainly has for me and my family, and I'm sure that many of you have experienced the same thing. In addition to leadership bonuses, managers can also qualify for Eagle Manager Retreat, Forever to Drive program, which is an extra payment you can receive to help lease or purchase a car, or use it for any other thing that you would like, but most people use it to purchase a new car. Global Rally, it's an exotic trip once a year. Chairman's Bonus, which is a sharing of company profits for the year in a one-time payment that's in addition to your monthly bonuses and earnings and incentives. And the GEM bonus, which can add up to 3% on each of the levels of your leadership bonus. So instead of receiving 6, 3, and 2, you can receive 9, 6, and 5, which in reality, as you grow in the business, could almost double your earnings in Forever. Okay, that's the basic marketing plan. And I want to talk now about how you can make it work for you. Basically, there's only a few things that you need to do. Use and share 4 case credits per month, and sponsor and teach others to do 4 case credits per month through personal use and to retail clients. Now that seems very simple. In fact, working the business is actually simple. It takes work, it takes effort, it takes dedication and patience and so forth, but it also is very, very simple. So let's suppose that we follow this plan and we commit to do 4 case credits a month. So here you are, you're doing 4 case credits a month, so your total volume off to the right is 4 case credits. Now let's suppose that you sponsor 5 people and teach them to do the same thing that you're doing. So they each do 4 case credits, which gives you an extra 20 case credits per month. Now let's suppose that those 5 people don't sponsor 5 like you did. They don't sponsor 4, they only sponsor 3 each, giving you 15 more forever business owners at 4 case credits each. That brings you to 60 case credits at that level. Right now, you've got a total of 84 case credits per month. And let's suppose that those 3, they don't sponsor as many as you did. They each sponsor 2, giving you 30 additional business owners. That's another 120 case credits per month. Now you're a little over 200 case credits per month. This will qualify you, of course, for every incentive the company offers, and it will pay you a very, very life-changing income as well. Now, a couple of things I want to point out about this diagram. First of all, what if it took you a whole year to sponsor your 5 people? And then it took you another year for them to sponsor their 3, and another year for them to sponsor the 2 each. What if it took you 3 years to get that in place? Would it be worth 3 years of effort in order to enjoy the income of 200 case credits per month for the rest of your life? Of course it would. I've been in the business in forever for 41 years, and I have never yet missed receiving a bonus check from the company, or a bonus transfer, I guess, into my account now, each and every month. Because of the efforts of my wife and I years and years ago, it continues to pay month by month by month. Well, let's suppose it doesn't take you 3 years to do this. What if the whole thing took you 5 years? Would it still be worth that 5 years of effort to have that income and those incentives coming in every month for the rest of your life? Of course it would. So here again, it doesn't matter how fast you go. It matters how steady you are. It is worth the effort. Now, another thing I want to point out about this diagram. Let's suppose that half of the people under you peter out. They quit. They don't do anything. Well, that sounds kind of negative, but things like that do happen. Let's suppose you only built half of that group, or only half of the group continued. That brings your case credits down to maybe 100 case credits per month. That's still a very, very significant income. In Spanish, we have a saying, vale la pena. It's worth the pain, it's worth the effort, no matter how you look at it. Okay, let's review some of the features of the marketing plan. First of all of our bonuses and discounts are based on the suggested retail price. Most other network marketing companies will base their bonuses on a PV, a purchase volume value, which is less than retail. They usually it's usually somewhere around the wholesale price of the product. Forever Living, everything is based on retail. We have a 2-month move up, no level requalification, no pass ups as you go assistant supervisor all the way up to manager. I forgot to mention that when you sponsor somebody, let's suppose you're a brand new assistant supervisor, you sponsor somebody who's all gung-ho and they have more energy, more time to pour into it. Maybe they got more contacts and they start growing like crazy. And you're saying to myself, how can I possibly keep up with all this? I don't have the time. Well, they never pass you up. Rather, they push you up through supervisor, assistant manager, all the way up to manager. So you don't have to worry about being passed up as you're going up to the level of manager. Company has a proven track record. I mentioned the bonus checks that I've received for 41 years. That's a very, very admirable track record. Never missed paying bonuses on time. I've seen other companies in the past where some of their distributors, their members, received telephone calls on the day that the bonuses were supposed to be sent, informing them that they were going to have to be delayed by a week or two because of cash flow issues. That's never happened in Forever Living Products, thanks to the wisdom of Rex and Greg. No large inventories. In Forever, you don't have to build up a big inventory. In fact, we discourage it. We discourage anybody purchasing more product than they need for the next 30 days in their sales or in their personal use. We discourage people being enticed to purchase large amounts of products to invest. In fact, that's our next one, is that there's no investment required to become an FBO. We have consumable products. In network marketing, that is a very important key, because many of our sales are repeat sales. In fact, the majority, I'd say, are repeat sales. We have a product that works. We have a product that's fantastic. We are a product-based company. We have a 30-day or 60-day, in some countries, money-back guarantee on our products. I'm saying that because of this high use of the product, you can be assured of repeat orders. Financially stable company. We're going through some trying times right now, where many companies are having to close down because everybody needs to be sequestered in their homes. Some companies are not going to be able to survive this test. Forever can survive it because we are in a very good financial position. Again, thanks to the genius of Rex and the determination of Greg. The company is debt-free. It doesn't matter what happens to the economy. We can still sail through. We are vertically integrated. We own and control the aspects of the production of our products, which makes it very good. Can you imagine companies today having to rely upon other companies right now to produce their products? It's quite challenging. And we have an international presence. Over 160 countries. You can do business in just about every one of them and receive bonuses from them. I'll never forget the first time that my wife and I received a bonus check, actually, from Peru. This was about 20 years ago. And we looked at each other and we said, what is this bonus check from Peru? We haven't sponsored anybody in Peru. And it turns out that somebody 2 or 3 generations down from us who lived in the United States had a sister who lived in Peru. She sponsored the sister, and the sister went to the level of manager, and here we were starting to receive bonuses as a result of that group. So your business can literally spread all over the world, even without you knowing it. Okay, now, income sources. Here are the ways that you receive income from Forever. First of all, the retail profit and the Novus customer profit. Novus customer bonus, group bonus, leadership bonus, Eagle Manager Retreat, Forever to Drive bonus, Global Rally, Chairman's bonus, Gem bonus. All of these are available to you. And you could take advantage of as many of them or as few of them as you like. One thing I'd like to say in closing about this the whole Forever marketing plan, I think Rex did a fantastic job in implementing this plan. It is truly genius. I have to tell you that the very first meeting I went to for Forever Living, I was a bit skeptical, especially about the product. In fact, I was so skeptical that by the time in that meeting, by the time they got to the marketing plan, I had basically shut down and stopped listening. And it wasn't until about 9 months later that my father well, let me back up. In the other company that we were in prior to Forever Living, our bonuses were running about anywhere from $11,000 to $13,000 per month. My father decided to join Forever Living, and my grandmother and I thought he was crazy for doing so because we had reached such a high position in this other company. And he said that he just had a feeling about Forever Living and about the product. He felt it was going to be a winner. And so he continued to work with it while my grandmother and I minded the other business. Well, at the end of that 9 or 10 months, nearly a year, we received the bonus check from the other company, and it was about around $12,000. But my father opened the bonus check he received from Forever Living. That check was a little over $19,000. And that got my attention. Here he had only been working in the company for about a year, and his check was $19,000. We had been working in this other company for 17 years, and our bonus checks were $12,000. That didn't make sense to me. So I went back to another meeting, and I basically tried to ignore the first part of the meeting about the product because I was still a little skeptical about the product. And when I saw the marketing program and saw these features and the income sources and all of that, I thought to myself, how simple. This is like falling off a log compared to what I was used to in the other company. And that's when I decided to join. And when I did, I got to know Rex. And I came to admire him from the first day that I ever met him. Talk about the energy, talk about the drive. One of the geniuses of Rex too is that he has a tremendous talent for remembering people's names, and very, very personable and very, very positive. And I want to tell you one little experience, just one out of dozens and dozens of experiences that I had with Rex, to let you know what kind of man he is. We were in the process of opening Spain, and we were getting government approvals. My wife and I and family, in fact, our whole family had moved to Madrid, and we were in the process of getting the government approvals and everything so that we could open the company back in 1992. And we had a container of product that was in customs waiting for this clearance of government approval, and it had been there about a month or two. And we had a few people that lived in the south end of south part of Spain, in the city of Malaga near Marbella. And they were all gung-ho. They were from the UK, and they were gung-ho to get started. So they had driven up when we sent them word that we received the government approvals and that we were going to be able to get the container out of customs. They drove up that day, and they were so anxious to get product. Rex happened to be there that day, and we met these wonderful FBOs, and we all went to the customs together, and we were allowed to unlock the container. And the FBOs wanted some product that they could take back to Malaga. They wanted to make the first purchase of product in Spain. And so as we opened up the container, near the back of the container was all the boxes of the gel. The container was full, completely full. And they wanted 5 cases of tooth gel. Turns out that the 5 cases of tooth gel were packed at the front of the container, at the very front. So here's Rex, the CEO, the founder of the company, climbs up into this container on top of the boxes with about, maybe 2 feet of space between the boxes and the top of the container. And he's crawling back 40 feet to get to those boxes. And I'm crawling right behind him. And he's handing the boxes back to me, and I'm kind of turning around and pushing them back to the FBO to get them out of the container. When that was finished and we got out of the container, the FBO says, "I cannot believe what's just happened. Here's the CEO of a nearly $1 billion company that is helping us in such a wonderful way." I'll never forget that either. But it just goes to show you how much Rex loves people. and how much he loves this business and what he will do anything to help somebody get ahead in the business. Those people, of course, went on to become managers and a very stalwart, a strong pillar of strength in Spain, the Spain area, and of course in the UK as well. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you, some of my perceptions of Rex, some of my experiences with Rex, to let you know that I highly admire the man and I trust him 100%. His judgment is impeccable. Greg, as I said, is following right along in his footsteps, and I'm very pleased the way the company has shifted its management from Rex to Greg, a whole new generation, and it has been nearly seamless. And I applaud Greg very, very much for that. With that, I'm very happy to have been here with you. I'm sorry I had no camera. I'm working off site and I don't have access to a camera at this point. But I'm smiling, I'm happy, and I want you to know that forever is here forever. And I wish you all the best as you work to build your forever business and have great success in the future. With that, Kim, I'll turn it back over to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bill. Let's give him some noise here from our machine. That was the end of the speaking for today. So thank you so much. What a lot of wisdom and a lot of experience we are getting. You know, we had Garen here, 27 years in the business. Now Bill, 41 years in the business. We are talking about decades here. And we had Yuslida, only very few years in the business. He's one of the young ones. And next generations of DLC and top leaders. We had Charles and Anne-Christine. We have so many great speakers today. So I want to put up the slide for tomorrow. Let me see. Yes, it's here. All right. Tomorrow we will do another training where we will have Catherine Byrie. She is one of our top leaders in Forever. She is former refugee from East Germany who broke the wall and went into West Germany. All her belongings was in a sports bag, and so she started from absolutely nothing as a refugee in a new country. Few weeks before the wall actually broke down. Now she's the world's fastest double diamond still, doing 25 frontline managers in 12 months. She's a super speaker, superstar, and a legend in Forever. And I've been knowing her from even before Forever. She's like a sister. We share the same sponsor. You will also meet Benjamin Coffey. Benjamin is a young guy who grew up from 7 years old. He was supposed to be a fisher in an island who had no roads and cars. At age 13, he came to the mainland and saw his car for the first time. So starting from absolutely empty pockets, he's now one of our young next DLC generation, a top leader in East Africa, and he is so sympathetic that your heart will melt. I can't wait to introduce you. You met him probably already in the Global Rally. Who was here at the Global Rally? Who was at the Global Rally? You can chat. He shared his testimonial at the Global Rally. So that was absolutely cool. And everyone fall in love with Benjamin. So now I'm putting a slide here about branding. And I do this because, as you see, I'm always with my Forever shirts. You know, sometimes you think diamonds are only wearing very expensive brands, but I wear the brand that I love. So you will always find me in branded clothes, because I'm proud of Forever, because I'm proud of the products. While I talk about being proud of the products, we have actually the director of our product development, Holly Stout, also speaking next or tomorrow. So tomorrow you'll have Catherine Barry, Benjamin, Holly Stout. This is amazing. It's incredible. We have all these speakers just served to you. But the Forever My brand is one of the 3 official approved retailer of Forever merchandise and shirts. They have whatever you like in a very, very high quality. And we are, it's one of my Swedish great friend. He was the world ambassador of Fit, and Nick, who is in charge of it. And I promised just to put this on because it supports also our Forever Giving. Why I'm telling you this is you have to wear your brand. You need to, you know, we have jagged hooded shirts. We have sweatshirt. We have lots of yellow, black, white shirts and t-shirts and polos and caps. And why I do this is because I have so many approaching me asking about Forever, because so many people recognize our brand. So it makes me proud of, first of all, to wear my brand, but it also gives a lot of attention and a lot of potential new FBOs and a lot of new potential customers. But also when you work as a team, you can do events, pop-up events, different events. We do a lot of fun together, and we always dress the same. Same comes to the rally or whatever. So support our official, there's only 3 of them, merchandise retailers, and start ordering online. I know that they ship worldwide, so everywhere you can get it shipped. And this shop has indeed a very, very high quality of clothes. So while I finish with this, I will just remind you about tomorrow, and as Monday, we have Catherine Byrie. I will remind you to go to the Facebook group for webinar group. We get a little exhausted about all the Christian comings to Booby and me about where to find the link and where to find the video, which will be recorded here, where to find the YouTube link, etc. It's all in the webinar group. We cannot sit and put it all together in all these different groups. So go there. It's a neutral site where you can catch your information. So while I finish it up, I want to thank you, Booby. Could you please write thank you to Booby, everyone, because Booby is the one who is coordinating everything here and make this work, putting up the agenda and sending out the speaker links, and to do a lot of work here. And so let's share our appreciation to Booby. Thank you, Booby, for helping us out. While this is said, it is now here Sunday evening, 6:30, and this is the end of today. Thank you to all of your speakers. Thank you for all the wisdom that's shared. And thank you all of you guys for showing that you are the future leaders. You are unstoppable. We will go to the top. So let's make some noise and say thank you and goodbye for today.